All right, there we go. Now let's talk about good morning, everyone, and welcome to the 2022 City of Clarkston Retreat. I am Mayor Beverly Burks, and I'm so happy that you come today. And we're going to proceed with the agenda and have Ms. Cowie, our city manager, to review all the items. Ms. Cowie.
Today's agenda is at 9:30 in progress now to discuss the city's visions and goals and missions. We want to break down each department and how our services are here for you. At 10:15, we're going to continue to discuss the council's vision, mission, and goals. On to 10:45, where that will lead us at 11:15 for the website design review with our VC3. We will break, have lunch, and come back to discuss rebranding and marketing. We will have a discussion about downtown development, and we will have another break to discuss, to go right into the discussion related to the allocation of ARPA funds. We will discuss annexation, and hopefully at that time, we will all be so pleasant and ready to wrap up, and you will understand the processes of City of Clarkston and where we're going, and we will wrap up and then adjourn. Madam Mayor.
Again, we're looking forward to I'll go to the next one, your slide. You just tell me.
The city manager's office is here to build a culture of accountability, trust, and ethics. We're going to build a culture of consistency and transparency. We're going to boost employee performance, be very responsible with city funds to build a safe community for all to live, work, and play. We're also going to build a track record of honesty, fairness, and integrity while engaging and informing our community that will make them strong and cohesive. And we will continue to nurture community relationships with ongoing public engagement and to continue to improve by staying current on affairs, trainings, to lead directly and on purpose. City Clerk. Next. The city clerk's office is to uphold.
Thank you. The city clerk's office is to uphold constitutional government and laws of the community. Never disclose confidential information gained by reason of the city clerk's position, nor use such information for personal gain.
Ms. Lewis, I hate to interrupt you, but we can barely hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yes. Okay, thank you. I apologize for that. If you like, I can start from the top. I only have 5 bullet points to cover for you. So we will start over. To uphold constitutional government and the laws of the community. To never disclose confidential information gained by reason of the city clerk's position, nor use such information for personal gains. To be ever mindful of being neutral and impartial, rendering equal service to all, and to extend the same treatment I wish to receive. Exemplifying high standards of quality and integrity, that the conduct and affairs of the office shall be reproached, and to merit public confidence in the community, and to constantly improve administration of the affairs of the office through independent study, course meetings, seminars, and sound management practices to produce continued progress to fulfill my responsibilities to my community.
Next. Fort Municipal.
Okay, the City of Clarkston Municipal Court is here to instill our vision and also to show our values, to do our values. which are, because the value for the City of Clarkston Municipal Court are our commitment, accountability, respect, and excellence. And that actually stands for We Care. We are here to instill our vision, which is the vision of the City of Clarkston Municipal Court is to be recognized for service excellence, dedication, commitment, and competence while serving the most diverse city in the state of Georgia.
Finance. Mr. Defnall.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm going to go over the mission statement for the finance department is to provide timely and accurate financial information to the city decision makers and citizens, and to ensure compliance with applicable accounting laws and procedures, and engaged employees who are empowered to provide high quality, comprehensive financial services to all customers, stakeholders, while safeguarding the city assets and our integrity.
Good morning, Mayor. Oh, sorry.
Can y'all hear me fine?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, great. Our 2022 goals and objectives, primarily, there are 5 for this year as far as major projects. Is right now we're in the throes of completing the fiscal year 2020 audit, which is significantly past due. So I'm in the office crunching away with final stuff the auditors are reviewing. We hope to have that draft ready by the end of March. And then we'll immediately go into the 2021 audit, which should be completed by the end of June 30th of this year. We're also in the process of hiring an additional accounting staff person to help take some of the burden off of me. And, you know, right now I'm currently handling all the payables, all the receipting, all the transaction processing, and we need help with that so I can focus on more of these financial reporting issues. The 4th one is working with Dorothy and the court and on our records archiving and storage. We've got a few storage areas and we need to go through. It's been a few years since we've gone through and purged based on the archive requirements, and purge some documents and get our current documents in proper storage and come up with a long-term solution for that. We're in the business license renewal stage right now. LaStacey Evans is crunching away on those. We are ahead of where we were this time last year in getting them processed and turned around. And we hope to have the new renewals completed by June. And of course, we always have new ones coming in and updates to those. And then the next project would be, we need to go ahead and look at preparing a new 2022 amended budget based on changes, some of the things we're talking about today, since the original budget was prepared in October 2022. So we'll be working on that concurrently as we're doing these audit projects.
Thank you, Mr. Defnall. We're going to hold that so we can go ahead and move to police. And we're going to come back to you during our group discussion.
Right.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. The mission statement for the police department is that we will enforce all laws impartially while maintaining the highest degree of ethical behavior and professional conduct. We will be part of the community that has empowered us to serve its interests, and it is our desire to provide each and every person fair, professional, and competent services. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. The mission statement for Public Works is to provide a sustainable foundation for the community's future by ensuring responsible management of the natural and physical resources, by allowing the city to reach its greatest potential. Dedicated to the community by delivering safe, customer-focused services with the highest level of integrity and professionalism. to be good stewards and of accountability and integrity to the community.
Planning and Economic Development Department is to serve the public by providing courteous, effective, efficient planning and zoning, economic development, code compliance, permitting, and development services. It's also to safeguard the community by preserving assets and enhancing the quality of life for residents, visitors, and businesses. We also are motivated to create jobs and broaden the city's economic tax base. Now, Mayor and City Council, we will go into a discussion about Clarkston's visions, our mission and goals. Our vision is by developing a consensus about what the future community wants and then deciding to achieve it. Our mission is to stay connected to the vision statements. Missions are how the vision will be achieved, and our goals are areas of ideas for the future or a desired result that a person or a group of people envision, plan, and commit to achieving. We will go right into, it says a break at 10:15, but Mayor Burks, we're gonna go right into this, starting the discussion. It will start with you about your vision, your goals, and how you would like to see the city of Clarkston move forward.
Okay, well, thank you so much. And I appreciate this opportunity. And so with me, along with the council, we will come together and talk about how the direction we want to have for our beautiful, beautiful city of Clarkston. And so again, we are here from a mission perspective to provide the services and support that our residents need to make sure in terms of the I think whoever needs to mute should mute because I hear an echo. I just want to make sure it's so the city of Clarkston, if you can mute yourself. Okay, so and this is going to be kind of a roundtable discussion because it's not just me, it's all of us that are coming together from a council perspective of what we want to see for our beautiful city. And I want to make sure in terms of things that are important for me in terms of the vision and moving forward is that we are focused on our community because we have one of the most unique communities probably per square mile, not only in the state of Georgia, but for the United States. And making sure that we do those things that empower our residents, that provide economic development for not only our businesses, but for our overall community, and that we create structure in places that we can move forward for not only today, but the next 50 years of what we do when we have these discussions. So it's very important that we think about those things of how can we move our city forward in making sure in terms of economic development, workforce development, how we're going to do things in terms of the overall structure of our city. And those are very important things in terms of us moving forward. So what I want to make sure is to get everybody's input with this. And then that way we can come up with our overall mission and goals and vision. So I'll let Vice Mayor Yasu have a few words, and we'll have each council member to have what they would like to see in terms of what Clarkston would look like. Vice Mayor Yasu.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Like you said, again, I think this is just going to be a discussion, and I really don't have anything written out and prepared, but I think you covered most of the subjects that we would love to see. We want to make sure that our city continues providing the day-to-day services to our community, and we want to make sure that the quality of life of our residents improve and continue to actually serve to the best interest of everybody in our city. And beyond that, we definitely want to see that we have a vibrant. Right now, we have a very vibrant, diverse community, but we want to make sure we continue maintaining the diversity of our community. At the same time, we definitely want to make sure as well that our community also is growing and it's where there are actually economic opportunities in our city where people could actually work from home if possible, but if not, at least where people could work within the city limit or at least within DeKalb County. And we want to see if we can create really well-paying jobs. Most of our communities are living pretty much relative to the entire Georgia and a lot lower economic opportunities right now. So we want to make sure our immigrant community actually can find jobs where they could pay their bills and as well prosper. And last but not least, we want to make sure that even though we don't control the education, we don't have our own education district, but we just want to make sure that by working and collaborating with DeKalb County, that the educational quality of our DeKalb County schools improve. We want to make sure that our children actually get the base and the foundation that they could be productive and contributing members to our society. But overall, I think this is pretty much covers some of the broad views of what I would love to see.
Thank you. And then I'll move on to Councilman Carroll.
Hey, yeah, so I just, I think like the big picture is we want to continue to make Clarkston a safer, growing community that's welcoming to everyone. And, you know, when I was going door to door campaigning, you know, I heard some common themes. One is public safety. I think we're probably going to talk about that some today. I think it's definitely made a lot of improvements the last couple of years. And I think we can still use, you know, flock cameras and, you know, continue to work to improve that area just to make sure that all the areas in Clarkston that are dangerous have cameras nearby that we can view if there's ever a crime, we can hopefully deter crime. And the other thing I heard just going door to door and talking to people is that the rents have gone up a lot. And then also if you talk to the resettlement agencies that are trying to bring in, you know, the recent Afghan refugees, that they've had trouble finding even spaces for them in the Clarkston area because basically all the apartments have almost no vacancies. So I think that, you know, we need to think about a long-term housing plan because the reality is Clarkston's not going to be able to maintain a diverse community if there's not space for them to continue to resettle refugees here, which will be the case if there's not more housing options. And also talking to, you know, businesses and different Clarkston businesses, I think a lot of businesses realize that like the new trend is live, work, play, especially in downtown development. We talk about the Downtown Development Authority. We need to think about how we can create that kind of community in the downtown Clarkston, where it's a place for people to both live and work and play. I think that probably means mixed use. And we're going to see some of that in Clarkston. I think in the next year or two, I'd like to see more of that as well, because I think that's the next trend that's really going to allow for more jobs, as Vice Mayor Yasu said, for people in the downtown area that really will allow for more retail opportunities for people to work. And then the last thing I wanted to talk about is kind of long-term vision is I think we need to just make sure that we have safety for pedestrians and bikes and just more non-car transportation options. So I think we need to continue to think about, you know, connecting the sidewalks. I think we're doing a good job south of the railroad tracks. I think we can probably do more, you know, sidewalks north of the railroad tracks. And maybe we may want to think about when we do the next BLOST is having more bike lanes and safe bike lanes north of the tracks, because south of the tracks, we have the path for people to bike on, but we don't really have something equivalent of that north of the tracks where a lot of our businesses and a lot of our residents live. So I'd like to see when we do the next round of SPLOST funding and we do the next transportation projects to really focus on the areas north of the tracks to make sure that those are walkable and bikeable as well. And also the other thing I wanted to kind of talk about is long-term is just like parks options, green space options north of the railroad tracks. Because we have Friendship Forest, but we don't really have anything like Milam Park or any equivalent park north of the railroad tracks. So that's my time. I'll stop. I think that's my timer, right? I switched it.
No, that wasn't your timer to stop. There was somebody calling me by mistake.
Someone's timer went
I'm so
off
sorry.
and you switched to Deborah on there. So I think that's my cue that I've spoken enough. I'll let
No,
Deborah go.
you're fine. You're fine, Councilman. You can keep going. You can keep going. I'm trying to go back. Let's see if I can get back. Did you have any other things you wanted to add?
No, I think that, safety, housing, economic development, and transportation, that covered my 4 priorities.
Okay. All right. Thank you. And Councilwoman Johnson.
You're on mute. I'm sorry.
We don't hear you, Councilwoman Johnson. Are you? I don't hear you. You're on mute.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, great. Good morning.
Now we can't hear you again.
I stopped talking. We are getting some reverb. I did that. If I mute my computer.
Oh, can't hear you. But you look good in my seat. So I tell you what, when we can't hear you, what we'll do is we'll come back to you. Once you kind of get
I don't want to be skipped.
You don't want, okay. We don't want to skip you
You guys
either.
are gonna, let me change my seat.
Let's try it.
I think it's because I'm logged in. Can you hear me, Madam Mayor?
Yes, I can. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I don't know what the problem is, but good morning. And I wanted to start by saying I did not have anything prepared, but just like my mission statement in the beginning when I was elected, I just want to continue offering our community the support they need in any situation and being an ear for them now and going forward. And I wanted to make sure that we expanded our businesses and continue to offer support to the community by being inclusive while offering resources needed for better communication. And we have started that process with some translation issues and the chief getting additional officers. I commend her on that. And I just want to continue to let the community know that we're here for you, and we're going to do whatever we can do possible to make Clarkston more livable, welcoming, and economically feasible. And I like what Councilman Carroll said about the additional housing, but I just wanted to reiterate that housing need to be affordable. That's one thing we don't have, and we've definitely have a need for some real estate here in Clarkston. So I like the annexation piece coming up later on today. And that's it.
Okay, well, thank you. And again,
you.
This is our opportunity. What I wanted first to do is allow all the council members to have their points that they wanted to bring up. And then Ms. Cowie is going to help facilitate in terms of the overall structure, in terms of what we do with the mission, vision, and those going down to the next level with the objectives and goals. So, Councilwoman Hopkins.
Okay, I'm not sure how this path this took to get on our agenda for today, but I am very painfully familiar with the concept of mission, vision, and values as it started in the late 70s and early 80s as part of the total quality management movement, which sort of became famous from Japanese management back in the days. And the theory behind that was a lot of companies were focusing on quality within each individual job or each individual silo, but one of the early masters of the TQM movement, Edward Deming, had said that if you look at a car and you take the best practices of every system, like if German cars have the best, brake systems, and Japanese cars have the best engines that are most fuel efficient, and these cars have the best steering system, and you put them all together, what you're going to get is a bunch of car parts that don't work together. And you're going to get nothing that you can take down the street. That you have to look at the total quality and make sure it's all in alignment. And so one of my focuses would be exactly that, the total quality. Because out of that movement, even in what people have just read, I've heard some people that have goals that are kind of counter to that. So a focus on quality would be important to me, but also just, I just jotted down so that our residents have a place where they can feel safe and inspired, fulfilled, and have their needs met for their entire lives. So that is regardless of age or ability, that they will all be feel included, feel that they have the same opportunities regardless of their demographic. And as Councilman Yasu said, that they might be able to work in the city so that all of their needs can be met here, and that they will feel safe, and that condition will be consistent throughout their lives, which means they don't have to worry about their rent jumping 100%, or all of the sudden they can no longer afford their house because taxes have jumped, 100%. So consistency, quality in our city services and the things that we produce, and also to have a beautiful and inspiring physical environment, both the natural environment and the built environment, because that's what we truly all share. That's it. That's me. You're muted, Mayor Burks. I see your mouth moving.
You see me saying thank you, and I'm like, well,
no idea.
Thank you. So appreciate, and we'll move on to Councilwoman Bell.
Thank you, Mayor Burke. So ultimately here, for the purpose of this discussion on vision, goals, and mission, I would love a city of prosperity for all our residents, especially because we're such a diverse community. In addition to that, I want to ensure that we are a unified, safe, and inviting city for economic viability, as well as excellent service delivery. That's a collaborative service delivery approach, even if the needs of the community are outside our city scope and function, that we'll work with other municipalities, the county, other community service providers in our community, and ultimately want to be a community that people choose to live, work, and play so they'll stay here for the long term, to help us reduce some of our retention and foster that active community mode for our city. As it relates to my goals, the goals are things I heard along the campaign trail, of course, like most of my colleagues, that for, my priorities are community development, where I want to increase and diversify housing options, including an array of different options for individuals, for an array of different folks that we have in our community, especially focused on affordability. To ensure that we have staffers that can meet the present need and not the past needs of our city, because we know things have definitely drastically changed due to the pandemic and things have been amplified due to the pandemic. Economic development is also a priority for me, where I want to support a more walkable, vibrant downtown center where it's more inviting and engaging for all our residents to come, work, play, whatever that looks like for them. And then, of course, healthcare. I want us to be more proactive about our response to the needs of our community, because they're multifaceted as we're still in a state of a pandemic, but also these were needs that were prior to that I would love to move forward and address as a city.
You're muted again, Mayor Burke.
I was trying to make sure Councilwoman Bell was finished or her screen locked.
I think she froze up.
Okay. Councilwoman Bell. Going once. Going twice. Make a note of what she said before she froze. Okay. And we'll move to Councilwoman Hood.
Morning. Can y'all hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Many great statements have been made by my colleagues about the goal and vision for our city, so I will try not to repeat. One of the things that I think makes a city thrive and would be a goal of mine would be to enhance citizen participation. And we've talked a little bit about that relative to our translation efforts. I think it would be, we should continue to look at eliminating the barriers to participation. And with that goes informing citizens about how our government works, so that they'll have a better understanding of that. They'll have a better understanding of where their services come from and how those are delivered. I would like to see that all of our residents thrive here, and that includes job training, giving our residents the opportunity to move, acquire greater skills, whether that's in vocational training or other aspects, so that they can not only work in the city, but have the opportunity to have a job in the metro area. Downtown development, I think we've all spoken about that, and security. Likewise, when I was campaigning, that was one of the issues that came up. And I think that focusing on that, in particular with many of our apartment complexes, could make our city more secure and make our citizens feel more protected. Thank you.
Thank you, Council, for all that wonderful input. I think this is a great segue now to have Ms. Cowie facilitate this piece of the discussion in terms of what we're going to do with that mission, vision, and our goals. So, Ms. Cowie.
If you're speaking, Ms. Cowie, I
Yeah,
think
we can't hear
you.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, I can hear you now.
In order for us to make sure that we facilitate a positive environment that is a continuation of growth, and we facilitate that for our future, we want to make sure that when we're developing a vision, we're developing that vision that includes our community and what we see it as today, and how we will move forward to facilitate that, to encourage those who don't already live, work, and play here to come to the city of Clarkston. So, and to have our mission, the mission is connected again to our vision statements, and missions are how the vision will be achieved. So in our mission, again, I heard keywords such as, let me go back and get my keywords that I heard from the team. Economic development, citizen participation, businesses, live, work, and play, safety, pedestrian and biking, a community for all to want to work, again, work, live, and play, the creation of jobs. Madam Mayor, if I heard some of your keywords, a facilitation of safety, again, an encouragement for our community, because without our community and participation, there will be no us. So again, I would like to just get a few ideas of what you feel that the goal of this working retreat is for everyone to make sure that we are participating in the needs of the community and establishing resolutions and goals for, that will facilitate our missions and values. I hope that was just a pseudo draft statement from what I heard. But when we come back from our break, we're 7 minutes ahead. When we come back from our break at 10:15, I will have a draft mission statement again from what we heard from our mayor and city council.
Thank you, Ms. Kelly. And you may even want to leverage kind of what Councilwoman Hopkins started when she brought up the vision that she had in terms of that high level vision. And then we can kind of use that or the framework of it to help us in terms of structuring it down and identifying those goals that many of us mentioned that we would like for us to be able to accomplish. Does that work for the council? I think that was a good, I think Councilwoman Hopkins, you kind of helped us kind of start that frame of it. And then we can kind of leverage that to kind of use that.
Yeah, I kind of think we should start with the vision because I don't hear a consensus on that at all much. And a lot of like my mission items like conserving and preserving a beautiful built and natural environment apparently did not get heard. So yeah, I think we should start at the top again when we come back.
Yep, we can start at the top and we can knock it all the way down and make sure all those wonderful extra pieces that we heard in terms of the importance that we've heard from our residents. Because I think what is great is that all of us have had an opportunity to engage and work within our communities. And we've heard different perspectives, but a lot of the themes resonate, and some things that we may not have all mentioned are also important. And so hopefully we have all of those wonderful things on a whiteboard or virtual whiteboard where we can leverage that and then have where we see in terms of this vision of what we want Clarkston to be for our residents. How do we want this city to be for our residents and even for us as a staff and council? So let's make sure, because we have four more minutes to go ahead and knock this out. If you want, Ms. Cowie, do you want us to start the break early and then just come back at the 10:15?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, Madam Mayor.
Okay, so we'll do that. What we'll do is we'll go ahead and have a small break. We'll reconvene at 10:15, and then we'll follow up and take all the input that my wonderful counselors provided. And then we'll go ahead and make sure we have something that not only for us, but the residents can also have as we move forward with the business of the city. So this time we'll go ahead and take a break. Thank you, everyone. And while you're on break, make sure you mute your phones. So if you're having other conversations, we don't hear your wonderful conversations.
Susan, your phone, your computer is not muted.
Make a motion.
Council members, we are back from our break.
Hello.
All right. Hello. Hello.
$10:14. That's very precise.
So we came back 10:14 and started 10:15. That's why we came to return.
I see.
So Ms. Cowie, how would you like for us to proceed now? Or how would you want me to what let me know.
The reason that I said I didn't know how this.
Give me 1 second, Madam Mayor. We're switching computers so we can have a better efficient process with the computers because there's a lag. So we're switching it right now.
Not a problem. What were you saying, Councilwoman Hobbs?
Oh, the reason that I didn't, that I was surprised this was on the agenda because I've done like 1 week workshops on just the vision statement. So to do mission, vision, and values in like 30 minutes and 30 minutes is like the speed dating version of, Well, and I was wondering, have we ever done that before? Does the city have a vision?
We haven't, and that's why Ms. Cowie was doing it. And so
it's a great idea. I'm just like, wow, 30 minutes and 30 minutes. We're gonna power through it.
And this to me may be a continuation that we take the information that we've all talked about and create what we need to do in terms of developing that vision statement, right? Because the most important thing is for us to have, what is that vision that we want for our city? And so, making sure we have something that is distinct when it comes to us being the most diverse city. We need to make sure that our vision is a distinct vision, right? And so it may not, to your point, you can spend a week just
on a vision statement,
on vision statements alone, right? And so I think from us, if we gather, what are those things that are consistently important that we see for our city? Where do we want our city to be in the next 5 to 10 years? And make sure we have that vision of what it is that we want for our residents in our community to be. Then we can create that vision statement and then follow up with mission and making sure all of those goals and activities we have in place. So I think, this is a great starting point for us to make sure we talk about all of those things that we see are critical for us to have a vibrant city, right? So that's just me talking right now, but kind of doing a little filler in between.
And I think of the vision statement as being just like a short few words. It doesn't say anything even about where you're going, but why you exist, like FedEx, when it absolutely positively has to be there the next day. It's just like short and what do you do? Why are you here? It doesn't have to be over 10 words.
Right. And to your point, let's kind of look at some of them just to kind of give people inspiration, right?
I had Googled on vision statements when we were away, like best vision statement.
Exactly. So Councilwoman Hopkins, it sounds like you have a whole bunch of vision statements. I'm gonna let you start talking about some of them while we're doing this. How about that?
Oh, the ones I Googled or what I was drafting while we were away?
Why don't you do a couple of Googles
that
you found, and then talk about what you have, and then we'll go from there.
The Googles were like company vision statements. IKEA is, our vision is to create a better everyday life for many people. That's it for IKEA. Right. It's, which may apply as long as you're not in an IKEA store at the time and trying to find an exit. But Amazon's, our vision is to be the Earth's most customer-centric company, to build a place where people can come to find and discover anything they might want to buy online. So if they're saying like most customer-centric, then like our equivalent might be the most resident-centric city. Like, we're here for our residents. Patagonia, to build the best product, cause no unnecessary harm, use business to inspire and implement solutions to the environmental crisis, as stated on Patagonia.com. So that, again, not more than 20 words.
Those
Disney,
are some good ones. Yeah.
Disney is to entertain, inform, and inspire people around the globe through the power of unparalleled storytelling, reflecting the iconic brands, creative minds, and innovative technologies that make our world's premier entertainment company.
Now, do you have LinkedIn?
Me?
Mm-hmm.
I'm on LinkedIn. I don't use it. I don't go there.
No. I was saying their vision statement.
Oh, LinkedIn? No, I don't. Go ahead if you have it.
So theirs is to create economic opportunity for every member of the global workforce.
Right.
You know, that, you know, when we talk about that, Walgreens is to be America's most loved pharmacy-led health, well-being, and beauty company.
To be the most what?
Be America's most loved pharmacy-led health, well-being, and beauty company. And then
Beverly, Mayor, could you repeat the LinkedIn one, please?
Sure. So LinkedIn said create economic opportunity for every member of the global workforce.
Thank you.
So when you sit back and you think about these companies that we're talking about, even though they're companies, you know, they have this aura, this personality, right? Just like our city. You know, when you think of LinkedIn, you know they do connect people, right? But they want to make sure that they create economic opportunities for every member of the workforce, global workforce. And then when you sit back and you think about Hilton, for example, to fill the earth with the light and warmth of hospitality.
Nice.
You see what I'm saying? Then you have Habitat for Humanity, a world where everyone has a decent place to live. And what do? They create houses, right? But what they want to make sure as they're creating these houses is that it's a place where everyone has a decent place to live.
Madam Mayor, can you stop sharing your screen, please?
Stop?
Yes.
Yep, I can. Stop.
City Clerk is going to take over the navigation.
Okay.
All right, thanks. Sorry.
Not a problem.
So did the Habitat one, it didn't even say houses in there, did it?
It did not say, it says a world where everyone has a decent place to live.
Right.
Right?
Excellent.
And so when you listen to these things, for example, Samsung, we know Samsung, and they have all the different products, but theirs is to inspire the world, create the future. So when you think about from a high-tech perspective, what they do, they want to inspire the world and create the future, right? And Southwest Airlines, to become the world's most loved, most flown, and most profitable airline. And then you have Warby Parker, and they make the glasses, right?
Mhm.
And so to offer designer eyewear at a revolutionary price while leading the way for socially conscious businesses. So even though they're creating glasses, they still feel and see the need to be socially conscious. And that's one of their visions as what they're getting ready to do. Now, this one's kind of a long one. It's Caterpillar. And so our vision is a world in which all people's basic needs, such as shelter, clean water, sanitation, food, and reliable power, are fulfilled in an environmentally sustainable way, and a company that provides the quality of environment and the communities where we live and work. And that's kind of a longer one, but it is to their vision of what they want to do with their company. And so when you think about Caterpillar, you think about, you know, the tractors and everything else, but listen to what they're trying to do in terms of the quality, to improve the quality of the environment in the communities where we live and work. So Prezi, is some of you know, is the presentation app. They want to reinvent how people share knowledge, tell stories, and inspire their audiences to act. So if you think about and listen to all of the things that I kind of mentioned, you know, a vision statement should stretch the imagination while providing guidance and clarity. So what we as a city, you know, we got to be bold as far as what we want to do in terms of the vision of this city. And we need to provide clarity, not only for us as the council, but also for the residents. And so I think one of the things that may also be beneficial, because I think with us just doing this vision and having these discussions, we might also want to consider doing some follow-ups in terms of doing a town hall with some of our residents to get more input from them as well. What are your thoughts?
I think that's not a bad idea. I mean, I think we can come up with something preliminary today. I don't see us doing all of it today. I do think it's a bigger question.
The whole purpose of this part of the retreat was to do exactly what you were doing. We wanted to hear the whole team. Madam Mayor and Councilwoman Hopkins, you are doing wonderfully well by bouncing off these ideas. This is exactly where we want it to be, because we need to create a foundation for us to continue to grow and prosper. Without a mission, without the vision, and without our goals, we have no place to go. We have no resources to provide. We have no services to give. So this discussion is what I was looking for, encompassing everyone. I wanted everyone to participate in this discussion. Every council person, every every mayor. We have one mayor. All mayors.
All
mayors. Got a vice mayor too, you know.
All the mayors, yeah. All mayors. We wanted this discussion to be able, because while you're having these discussions, if you needed clarification or information for us, that's why we're here. That's why your team is here, to assist you to do your best work. So if we hear keywords such as safety, police comes in. If you hear words such as enhancement or maintenance, our public works is here. If you see goals about our courts and what we need to do to enhance those as far as translation services or provide more employees, municipal court is here. The city clerk and how we safeguard our information that we have internally and how we produce it to the community. And of course, the city manager's office, it's a dome of those services that we provide, and we filter those to you. So what information during this process is a working, just like Councilwoman Hopkins said, it is a work in progress. We don't imagine having everything written out, the mission, the vision, the goals, but we wanted to discuss the resources that we have so we can have a more detailed vision, a more detailed mission, and the goals that we are trying to provide. So near the end, when it's budget time, we know where we need to put our resources. When there's if there's new facilities or there are new projects, this is the discussion. That's why you see it at 10:15. That encompasses the whole team, from departments to mayor and city council to the city manager's office. We're all going to have a collective discussion. So right now we're going to have each department actually give you what their vision missions and goals are for each department. So we're going to start with police.
Didn't we already do this when we started?
Well, we didn't give you the mission. We actually gave you the resources that we provide for our department. We wanted you to actually hear what the individual missions are for each department, so you can actually hear those words while we're encompassing our mission statement for the entire city. So no, we haven't done this part.
Okay.
So good. So this is going to be interesting because, you know, what we're doing now is we kind of had the high levels from all the council members, right? And myself.
Correct.
And then what you're doing is based off of where we are from the departments are going to talk about what they need and their wants and needs are. But it sounds like once we do all of this and we start coming up with this long-term vision, this is going to then help feed again for the departments to have, you know, kind of more of a synergy, because then we have our overall top level vision that we have for the city that I don't think we ever really took the time to do. So it's going to be beneficial for you as the city manager and all of the department heads, because then once we do that, we'll have more synergy with what you see in terms of the vision for each of the departments too, and mission of the departments. So thank you. We'll go into which one is going to do first, Ms. Calway, City Manager Calway.
Police.
All right, public safety. All right, Chief, take it away for us.
Can you hear me? Having a hard time hearing you.
I'm turning that up. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay. It is the vision statement for the police department. Through innovative thinking and goal setting, we are committed to delivering unparalleled service to our community. We will continue to strengthen community relationships and public trust while striving for excellence through employee development, self-discipline, and strong leadership. I have come up with 3 goals with meeting with our police department and our staff. One, as most of you know, is state certification. We want to move the department into the 21st century of policing. We hope to have this done within the next 18 months. Another goal will be employee development. Foster a supportive culture that helps employees grow and utilize their skills to better serve the community. Identify training opportunities for employees that match their professional aspirations, the Clarkston Police Department. And the third will be community engagement through outreach and education. Further our community policing efforts by creating opportunities for positive and meaningful interactions with members of our community. We'd like to, in that, hopefully we'll have that completed by the end of 2024. You know, we're going to continue doing Coffee with a Cop, National Night Out, we've got another event that we do, and I can't think of it right off the top of my head. But we really want. Yes, thank you. We really want to get into to have a Citizens Police Academy. If we can't do it this year, we're definitely going to be doing it next year. And then we're also looking at, in the summer, doing a week-long Explorer group where we can have kids from the community come in and learn how the police department runs. And that's all I have on this topic. If anybody has any questions.
I do, Madam Mayor. Is that okay? Okay, and this is still for you, Chief. You said development and leadership. I saw a couple of weeks ago you posted for some sergeant positions. Has that been finalized yet?
They did do, we have 3 openings for our sergeants. We had 4 of our internal officers test yesterday, where I brought in an outside entity from other departments to sit on an oral review board. I have those results, and I have spoken to Ms. Cowie this morning and plan on getting with her on Monday and going over that, and her and I will take a look at the top 3.
Okay. Thank you. Last question. I want to thank you. I saw some individuals walking over the other day. You have new police officers. So I just wanted to commend you on that. I saw a lot of people. So good deal. Thank you for that. Basically secures some of our public safety issues. So thank you.
This is Susan Hood. Question for you, Chief.
We were able to fill 4 with new recruits. They will start the academy on April the 4th, I believe. And we have 2 more openings. I have a female that we're looking at that's coming from Atlanta, and she is a certified officer. So she would, if hired, she would go into an FTO program for 12 weeks. And then we've got another candidate that was referred by one of our officers, and he actually played for the New York Jets, and he wants to get into law enforcement. So we will be looking at them.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Woman Hood?
Yes, Chief, is your mission statement written down? I would love to get a copy of that.
Yes, ma'am. It's on the website that we have, and it's also actually downstairs in our squad room that the officers can look at every day.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Yeah.
When you mentioned some of those activities, would it be beneficial? Because I know with the ARPA funding, we can do some resources for you, particularly some of the activities you were talking about that could be more not just necessarily police led, but kind of like civilian led? Would it be beneficial if like we had a resource to help with the PALs and everything else to be funded that way?
Yes, ma'am. I would be happy to entertain that. I think I had spoken to you and told you I will be getting with Sergeant Ricketts that hosts the after dark basketball. I'd like to sit down and have a meeting with him and pick his brain on what we can do here in Clarkston.
And I'm bringing that point up is we're getting ready, and I know some people, are thinking about dollars. I want to make sure as we're thinking about the ARPA funding that we make sure we do those things for the staff to make sure that they can execute their mission and their vision. So making sure that we particularly allocate some funding for a head count to be able to work with you, especially dealing with the youth and some of those other programs that you want to do. And that way it frees up frees up the staff and the police officers to be able to do their job. Would that help?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, perfect. Council, did you have any other questions for Chief? Okay, hearing none. Thank you, Chief. Miss City Manager Cowie.
United Department of Public Works.
Good morning, everyone. Yes, ma'am. Good morning. The mission statement for Public Works. Clarkston's Public Works Department provides stewardship of citizens' assets through efficient, effective, and equitable management of the parks, sidewalks, roads, litter control, fleet maintenance, right-of-way of the landscape management, stormwater infrastructure, and buildings and facilities of the city. The goals that we have set for the next 2 to 3 years is our first goal is asset management of all buildings, parks, sidewalks, and street signs. We are basically saying do a complete inventory of what we own and what our maintenance needs for each of those facilities. The second goal is to establish an efficient, effective fleet management program of the city's vehicles, including the police department, and establish a citywide address database for the garbage and recycling routes. Currently on the garbage and recycling, waste management has the street numbers. The recycling route just piggybacks on them. And I would like to have a database with all that information in it for Public Works. This would also be used to verify the county database as far as payment and everything. That's done now on about 4 or 5 different levels in different databases. I'd like to organize it into one. Any questions?
Okay, and thank you, Rodney, Mr. Beck.
Yes, ma'am.
Can you help as you went through some of those wonderful things that you guys do? Can you identify some of those things that you need to be able to do your job? Besides the database, I want to just make sure. You mentioned stormwater, you mentioned some other things. I want to make sure if there's anything that you need to run your department.
Right now, the biggest need that I'm foreseeing in the future is additional staffing. I have 8 full-time guys, and we have dedicated one of those full-time to the stormwater department this year. So that technically gives me 7. And with all the new additional properties like the streetscape program, the Friendship Forest Friendship Forest Park, it seems that we're having a rough time keeping them maintained. From the standpoint of the guys that I have here, they've got vacation time, and I've not had a full staff here pretty much more than a week or 2 at a time this year thus far, because we've got one out on maternity leave right now. We've had somebody one or two sick throughout the year. So we're having a crew of 5 people here every day. So I think the staffing need would be our biggest need moving forward, immediately. But, the ones we do have here, we all work hard. They do a good job, and I can't complain about them. They good guys.
Okay.
But we just noticed that this year in the payroll system this year, since January 1, there's always been 1 or 2 guys out nearly 3 or 4 days every pay cycle. And that's just due to personal, I've got them trained to take the winters off and not take the summers off because we're so busy in the summer months.
Okay. Thank you.
More bodies would always help.
Okay. And well, that's important because City Manager Calloway, the stormwater, that's something that's also an ARPA funding. Is that correct? And that would be something from even a head count, for us right now. Would that qualify under that area?
Repeat that question, Madam Mayor.
So one of the things that Mr. Beck mentioned was using one of the people to do stormwater, right? And stormwater is something that we allocate within ARPA funding. So would we be able, in terms of the funding that we have, to utilize that for a head count to cover someone to manage and handle that stormwater for us?
That actually is an option, Madam Mayor. I've had one-on-one conversations with each employee in Public Works, all the way down from the director to our laborers' positions. And I did mention during that discussion that there is a stormwater position that is open that we're actually using consultant services for, half of that project. That position, correct, Rodney? Correct me if I'm wrong. That stormwater position is something that can be paid through ARPA, but just understand as well, the fiscal recovery funds are temporary.
Right.
So we will have to make sure that when we allocate those funds, that this is an ongoing position that we have that will be, of course, a permanent position, but we will be looking on ways to fund it permanently. Okay. These are very, very much educated individuals. Growth is their concern in Public Works. And, they're looking for opportunities, again, for promotions or other opportunities of advancement. But they're a highly intelligent grount. So I'm very respectful of them and their one-on-ones. So I see a few hands up. This is great. Yep. I think Vice Mayor Yasu had his hand up first if I saw that wrong.
Thank you. I just want to quickly ask if the possibility of making the cleaning, the trash pickup and recycling, or either one being in-house service. We considered that about a year ago, I believe. We talked about it at the council meeting when we were considering about purchasing the new sanitation truck. And I just would like to know, either from Rodney or the city manager, if there is going to be the possibility of making the trash pickup in-house. Thank you.
I've not talked to the city manager about this recently. When previous city manager Gomez and I looked at it, the upstart cost just to bring everything in-house was like $1.5 million. Right? Just the bins alone, just the sanitation bins alone are like $350,000. All right. It also affects, not only are you paying tipping fees at the landfill, it was in the range, I'm trying to remember off the top of my head, around $60,000 a year. You also have to find someone to take the recycling. That's Waste Management's problem right now. There's nobody, you can't even give it away. All right. The insurance cost to the city from liability standpoint with the guys hanging on the back of the truck went up substantially. Based on previous years when the sanitation department was in-house, the insurance premiums went up high because there's a lot more injuries when you're running a route daily. So looking at the big picture, it was a whole lot more economically feasible to bid this stuff out. Now, I would like to have a central vendor that does do the recycling and the waste, the trash, and that would have to come about down the road with a new RFP, a new bid for services. But like I said, we're currently under contract with Latham Home Sanitation for the recycling and waste management for the trash. But to answer your question, is that it was just so top heavy. It was like a 12 or 14 years recovery period just to break even on the initial investment. Because yes, we do have a sanitation truck ordered now. It's been ordered for 14 months. All right, a new one anyway for just our regular bulk item pickups. But if we did take it in-house, you would have to have a second truck as a backup, and so it'd be two $180,000 trucks. But like I said, the initial cost was a little bit under $1.5 million for the city to take it back in-house. So that's why we continued on the way we were, or the way we are.
Councilwoman Hood.
I think Councilmember Johnson had her hand up first.
Okay, all right. I'm sorry, Councilwoman Johnson.
Can you hear me? Okay.
Yes.
Well, thank you. Rodney, my question was, how many people do you think you need? And will that interfere with the summer program that you offer to some of our college students?
I hope not. We currently offer a part-time seasonal position. We really budgeted for 2 folks from April to September, but being that we've been working college kids and we're not getting them until June, we've been able to work 3. And they mainly work June and July, maybe a week into August. I hope the part-time seasonal help would stay in place. And then, I think, we need to grow, but we don't need to grow rapidly. I think one guy a year for the next 3 years. I think 3 more people would put us pretty solid in staffing right now.
Okay, thank you.
All right.
We can't hear you. Are you talking, Councilwoman Hood?
Yes, thank you. This is a question that actually probably affects all departments, but I'll start with it with you, Rodney. Has to do with an emergency management plan, which I know Public Works and Public Safety are very much involved in. But how developed is our emergency management plan? And from the standpoint of dealing with emergencies in our city, do you feel that we have the proper equipment and trained personnel to handle emergencies? Thank you.
All right, you know what our number one emergency we would have in this city would be, by chance? It is a train derailment. That is the number one emergency response that we have in the city. And fortunately, all that would be handled by DeKalb County Emergency Management. But we are in cahoots with the police department on the next, what's the name of the system?
NIMS.
First alert, whatever.
Oh, FirstNet.
FirstNet. In other words, if we have a real extreme emergency where cell phone capabilities and everything's taken out, like a hurricane hit or something, all the public works is part of FirstNet. So we still would have cell services on our city telephones. And then we can talk to DeKalb County and Chief of Police is here and Chief Hess and everybody. The only thing I would say from an emergency standpoint, we're pretty well covered. Now that you brought it up, there is GMA has a safety program in place where we could recoup some funds for safety equipment and everything. But we have to have an adopted safety plan for the city of Clarkston in order to participate in that program. I have that safety plan document written and on the computer, but it needs to go before the city manager and then before the council to be adopted for approval. We actually started this process safety program a couple of years ago, but it never got finalized. And it covers everything from an intruder walking into City Hall or the City Hall Annex with a gun to fire and, everything that you could imagine. And I'm hoping in the next few months to get that to Mrs. Cowie and us sit down and go over it and then bring it for the council for approval. Once we have that officially approved, then GMA requires a safety coordinator. I have been through all the safety coordinator training for GMA, so we would be ready to go. And I think they'll reimburse us 50% of any safety equipment that we may purchase as part of their grant.
Well, that's great information to have. I'm glad that plan is almost ready to go and that you have the appropriate training, because of the railroad, as you mentioned. We do have an extraordinary possibility of something that could be dangerous to our citizens, in addition to other things that you mentioned. So I think bringing that plan forward and getting it adopted would be great, and then we can go from there. Thank you.
Okay, perfect. Councilwoman Bell?
I put my hand down in the interest of time.
Thank you, Councilwoman Bell. Appreciate that. City Manager Cowie? We can't hear you. We can't hear you.
I'm back.
Okay.
We're going to continue to facilitate the process in the effort of time to stay on track, because the second half of our working retreat does have many departments, and we wanted to make sure that we stayed on track. So 10:45, we were supposed to be on discussing council meeting agenda rules and procedures. And we're going to go back to our department heads during our wrap-up time, if we have that time, to go ahead and let them give your missions, visions, and goals for that department. Is that okay with everyone?
Sure.
Stephen?
Mr. Quinn?
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry, I got stuck on mute there. Right. So late last year, the council, decided that you wanted to establish more detailed rules for setting your agenda. And one of the issues that's received a lot of attention is how how many council members are required to support an item for it to come on to the agenda. And we've heard some different ideas and a lot of different talk about how that could be handled. I talked about some other aspects of agenda setting with Ms. Cowie in terms of like the timing. And so I prepared a draft ordinance for the council's consideration in December of last year. And it sort of addressed those different aspects. It said, for one thing, it talked about, at least according to the draft, it was saying that 2 members of the council could add something by notifying the city manager. Obviously the city manager can put anything that she deems important on the agenda. And we had some deadlines in there. So, in the draft, it states that the city clerk will publish the draft agenda and all available supporting materials at City Hall and on the website as soon as possible, but not less than 48 hours prior to a meeting. And so when that occurred, according to this draft, the agenda would essentially be locked during the 48-hour period. Then at the beginning of any meeting, the council will adopt the agenda by a vote. And at that time, there would be the opportunity for the council to add or remove anything that the majority did or did not want to address during the meeting. And there's some details about that in the draft. That's really the main part of it. I know the different council members have different ideas about what should be the threshold to get an item on the agenda. And, from my perspective, that's really just a matter for the council. How does a majority want to do it and think it's best? My only real recommendation, and I think that I can say that Ms. Cowie makes the same recommendation, is the parts about the locking the agenda 48 hours prior until the meeting starts. We just think that's important to do our business in an orderly way. And so if there's an item that doesn't make that, again, you would have the opportunity to add it in the meeting if you have the support of a majority of the council.
Thank you, Stephen. Mr. Quinn, I think, and it helped me make sure, I want to make sure we kind of frame it a little more. It is more so that we want to be efficient in terms of our meeting management. And one of the options was to increase the amount of people to put something on the agenda, other different things like that. But really, it's how do we become more efficient with how we manage our meeting? And that includes from addressing the issues with the agenda, timing of the agenda, all of those things like that. So that's one piece of it. Is that kind of more fair to say? Because I want to look at it kind of higher. The piece that you were saying is a part of that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I definitely agree. I mean, right. I mean, that's the part I addressed because that's in the ordinance. But there's certainly ways to be more effective and efficient for any organization, our city council included. And so, depending on what the ideas are that y'all want to adopt, it might or might not be appropriate or necessary to put that in an ordinance versus just doing things in that way by sort of agreement.
Right. And just as a point of clarity too, I know that Councilwoman Johnson had been talking about doing some type of procedural manual for us to function as a council previously, like at least when she first got into office. So this is just something that also goes along with what she was saying as well. So I want to make sure, you know, in terms of where we're kind of focusing in terms of that efficiency of how we manage the meeting, how we work with staff in being efficient with how we engage and work with meeting management. All of those things are very important. And so I see Councilwoman Hood.
Yes, thank you. I am totally in agreement with Councilmember Johnson about needing to get our procedures in writing, not necessarily in an ordinance, but in some way adopted by the body. Because not only will this help with efficiency, but we need to keep in mind that the citizens need to know what is expected of their representatives relative to how we are conducting business. So putting our procedures in writing, by the way, our current Code of Ordinances references written procedures. So I think it would be very important for consistency, for transparency to get these procedures. And wanted to ask you, Steve, Mr. Quinn, when you're referencing putting things on an agenda, are you referring to that would be 48 hours before the work session? And then that would be the agenda for the work session would be closed until the actual work session began? Or are you thinking of the agenda for the city council meeting?
Both. I was thinking both.
Okay. And then I think this, if we're, and I don't know that this needs to be in the ordinance, but if we are going to permit adding or deleting items from our agenda, then I think we would want to have clear goals about under what circumstances that could be done. Again, for transparency's sake, if the citizens have seen an agenda item within those 48 hours, and then something disappears or something is added, they might not have the ability to follow it during a meeting, that sort of thing. So, and I think even further, adding something to an agenda for a council meeting versus adding something to the agenda for work session could also be an issue of transparency, because if we add something to an agenda for the city council meeting, then we are potentially voting on that without very much citizen knowledge or participation. So all of those things I think need to be addressed in order to help citizens understand what the city is doing, when they're doing it, and how they're doing it. Will also help us with consistency in our actions. So to me, this is a fairly big process. And as I said, I'd like to work with Councilmember Johnson on this and have robust input from council members and citizens about what is the best approach for the elected officials to do the city's business. Thank you.
Councilman Kerr.
So I do agree with what's been said so far, and also agree with what Vice Mayor Osu, I think, has said earlier, that the length of the meetings is a lot of time deterring citizen participation, because they maybe can commit for like an hour, but it's very hard for anyone to commit for 3 hours or 4 hours. So one thing I was thinking about is just going back to requiring every agenda item to go to committee first, so that there can be more discussion then and less discussion at the actual council meeting. I think that will be one way to limit the discussion. The other thing I've thought about is possibly limiting either the time or the amount of time that each council member can speak in each agenda item. For example, each council member can only speak twice on any one agenda item. Each agenda item may have a limited period of time that we can discuss it. And if we haven't finished discussing it adequately with that time period, it may just need to be tabled to the next meeting. So I think that may be more productive than having sometimes one agenda will go for like 45 minutes. And obviously it's controversial, and obviously we may not be able to reach consensus on it that meeting, but I don't think that that's a reason to drag on the meeting another hour. So those are two thoughts I had.
And I just wanted to make sure that we add as well, it helps us internally with staff with the preparation of information, because sometimes when we have ideas that that you would like to go onto the agenda for discussion at our work session and eventually a vote at your regular city council meeting, there's preparation behind it. So we need that time to prepare to get the supporting documents, to not only have a one-sheeter, one pager that just says, this is what we want to do. We really want to make sure that we have those supporting documents, not only for council to support the item that they would like to discuss, but also for the public to be, fully aware and engaged on what we're trying to discuss as city business. I'm sorry,
Thank you.
Councilwoman Johnson.
Thank you, Shawana. Yes, and to go back to what everyone has said, yes, this item was basically, I don't know if the terminology is tabled, but each council member had a duty of selecting what they wanted to see this process look like. And it never went into fruition. Nobody never sent me anything. I think the issue was the fact that you guys thought I was going to do it by myself, but I wanted all of us to get together and create these procedures. And that would include Vice Mayor Iyasu's portion of it, where we get some structure so that we don't lose our community. So we still have this opportunity to sit down and discuss what we would like these rules and procedures to look like. But we have slept on this for, like the mayor said, 2 years. So any advice, and thank you, Ms. Hood, you were not even a council member and offered your services. So I like that. So if we can carve out some time, or if you have a little bit of time, if you could just jot down some things that you would like to see. And once we come together, then we can sift through them. Because all we're doing is adding agenda items on top of agenda items, and we still haven't gotten the first one resolved. So if it's time now, let's go ahead and do that. I would really appreciate it. Me, Ms. Hood, and any other council member would be more than happy to codify something. Thank you. Councilwoman Bell, I'm sorry. Oh,
no problem. Thank you, Deborah, Councilmember Johnson. So what I would say is, just so that it's not a meeting of all us gathering together, maybe this should go to a committee. And I think that all of us, as Councilmember Johnson indicated, we can write down a few things that we want, and then bring it to a particular committee to kind of refine it, because we also need community input too, because the agenda will help them kind of plan, know what they need to attend the meeting and how they need to address it. But I also think it's a system problem too. Yes, we do need to codify something as it relates to the rules, but there need to be systems that are also, my internet is unstable again, that we also need to have to ensure that people have access to it. But I think and I'm also willing to help codify, draft some language, or help you, Councilmember Johnson and Hood, with preparing this.
Outstanding, councilwomen. I just love it. So what it sounds like, we're going to make sure, Councilwoman Johnson, if maybe to get this process going, if you have maybe kind of like a Google Doc for us to start putting this information in, and then we charge you to work with whatever respective committee to start the conversation with our community as well as us, and then utilize what we put in that Google Doc as kind of that framework. Give us a deadline and make sure that we stay to that deadline, because if, you know, we can't let this linger on, because it's actually been 3 years almost now, not 2, 3. So making sure that we adhere to that, and that way we can have community involvement. Because the other thing is, we got to be mindful of not doing committee work in a council meeting. So
thank you, Madam Mayor. Before we go on to our next agenda item, I thought I saw Vice Mayor Yasu's hand up. I just want to give him that 1 minute if he had something to say before we go into our website update.
Just mindful of the time. I'm okay. I'll skip. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So our next item that we're going to discuss is our website update. Of course, City Council has requested that we do a re-update or of our city website. So we have VC3 was awarded the contract. So we are going to, bless you. Mr. Tim is here. Tim, we're gonna allow you to share your screen with us so you can do your presentation.
Great. So thank you all for having me. So just to introduce myself, my name is Tim McCausland. I am with VC3. I'm the director of our web development group. As mentioned, we were hired to redevelop your website really from the ground up to provide something, you know, much more useful and utilitarian for your residents and for your staff. So we have been working with staff over the last few months to create an all new platform or an all new website. I just wanted to open with so that you all understand kind of what the city signed on with us. What we offer and what we're doing is what we call our website partnership plan. So the idea is that we're not just going to build you a website, hand it over, and then walk away. We're actually going to continue working with you all to continuously evolve the site. So our contract is a minimum of 4 years with you. So at least over those 4 years, we're going to continuously to work with you, improve the site, you know, get feedback, look at data and analytics to always know what we can be doing to make the site better and better. You know, the idea here is to get away from the old model, which was to build you a site and then just over time it gets worse and worse and worse until you have to start all over again. Right. So this avoids that whole process. So the idea is we don't want to launch the site and say, well, that was the best it's ever been. We want it to continuously get better and better. So with that, you know, we went through an entire process with your staff. We went through a discovery process, a strategy. We completely re-looked at your information architecture and how we were structuring the information. And so we developed a new design, a new structure to present all your new information. So I'm going to go ahead and share my screen now. So you should all be seeing what looks like the new website. Are you seeing that? All right, well, great. So this is our new website, or your new website. It is not live yet. The plan is to take a look at it today, make sure that we're all, you know, feeling good about it, and hopefully go live next week. The staff's been working really hard in getting everything prepped to go live. And so some things I'll talk about is, you know, one of the key things we did is we rebuilt the entire website on an all new platform. So the system that it is on, it is the latest and most secure and most powerful system, you know, really that's available out there. This is the same system that's used for almost the entire federal government. So if you go to any federal government site, whether it's NASA, Department of Energy, et cetera, they use the same exact platform that you're using. It has a tremendous amount of security built into it, which, I'm sure you understand is really important for a municipality to prevent any issues of hacking or flooding attacks. We also take daily backups of your site. So if anything were to happen, we always have a backup. We do daily backups that are kept for a week, weekly backups that are kept for a month, and monthly backups that are kept for a year. So we always have your data. So before I kind of go through some of the things that we've done, another thing I wanted to mention is that another key element that any municipal site has to have or is required is that your site is ADA compliant, so that it meets all requirements for those who have disabilities. Now, this could be sight impairments, it could be mobile impairments, meaning those who are using what's called a screen reader to use your website. So literally their computer reads the website to them, or maybe they can only use a keyboard to navigate the site. So they don't have the use of a mouse, so they need to use other things. So this was a really important part of how we built your site to make sure it's going to work that way, and how we train staff to make sure it's going to stay ADA compliant as they work on the website. And I can even demonstrate how this all looks now and how you are compliant. So I have a tool built in that I can show you basically a live report of the accessibility of the site. So you'll see here we're using what's called the Web Accessibility Evaluation Tool. And then here are our results right here. Now we just have one single error, which is actually a false positive. It's actually catching a hidden form field that is what actually that field does is it prevents robots from submitting this form that's down at the bottom here. So it's actually not really an error at all. It's just the evaluation tool doesn't understand that that field is for to catch robots, basically. We have 0 contrast errors as under the latest WCAG 2.1 AA rules of ADA. You have to have a certain contrast of your color to background on all of your text. So you can see we have 0 errors. These alerts, again, are just sort of letting you know about certain things. And then we have features, elements, and the ARIA, which I'll talk about in just a second. So in comparison to your existing website, I can run the same tool and we can see the difference here. So when I run the tool on your current site, we have 9 errors and 92 contrast errors. So this is a really big issue that, the end result of what this could be if you're out of compliance is you could run into a lawsuit. And so that's really, obviously the number one goal is we want your site to be accessible to all. That's obviously number one, but 2, we also want to make sure you're not going to get into any trouble. And then the other item I'll just hit on is these ARIA elements, that there are just 5 here. ARIA elements, ARIA is short for Accessible Rich Internet Applications. They're basically hidden elements that help people with disabilities navigate and use your website. So I just wanted to show you the difference. So in your old site on this page, there are just 5 ARIA controls that help the user. Whereas in your new website, we have 194 ARIA controls. And these are all these things that help a user understand what they're seeing and how they can use the website. So this is super important. You're required by law to be ADA compliant. So this was a huge step. All right, so now I just kind of wanted to run through mostly just the homepage and talk about the things that we have done and the things your staff has worked on. So looking at the structure now, you'll see at the very top here, we have a feature that allows staff to post site alerts out on the website. So right here, we have an example of a road closure. Staff actually has the capability of having multiple alerts, and they can also color these depending on the severity of the alert. So this could be orange or red if it's like kind of an emergency. This can also be collapsed. So the user can go ahead and just collapse this alert if they would like, and it'll kind of save that preference. Staff also has the ability to post an alert as a full pop-up message. So if it really needs to get in front of the user, maybe it's a water boil advisory or, something much more critical, they also have that ability. Moving down to the next portion, we have this, what we call our utility bar. This bar is on every single page. It allows quick access to a lot of the more common things that, we want to make accessible to your users. First is a list of frequently asked questions. This is a great way that people can quickly get answers of, some of the most common things they might be looking for. The next is this feature of reporting a concern. So this is if a resident has any issue they want to submit to the city, they can just come here. It provides a form where they can add in their information. They can tell you what type of issue they're having, where it is. They can even upload a photo of the issue. And then depending on the type of concern they're having, we can automatically route it to the proper department within the city. So that really helps to kind of streamline handling various concerns that might come in. Quick access to a staff directory. So if somebody's looking, to find somebody specifically to contact, you can do that. And we have a feature here that you can change the translation of the entire site with just the click of a button. So as you can see here, I can come down and choose, we'll choose German, and you'll see the entire site instantly gets translated to German. And so we have a full list of languages here that the site can be translated to at any time. And all they have to do is select, and you'll see everything gets translated. We have search feature, and then access to your social media channels at the top. Next section here is your main navigation. Now, this was something we spent a lot of time on, really restructuring, reorganizing your content. I think that was one of the kind of biggest issues we found initially in our discovery comparing with your old site. A lot of pages were in sort of weird places. It was hard to find things. It wasn't quite as intuitive as we felt it should be. So we have restructured the site to have these much clearer top level items. So under departments, we clearly have each department in the city. Under government, we have all the various government elements that people are going to want to look for. Very specific resident services that people might be looking for. That's all listed here. Access to news, the events calendar, press releases, and then a specific section just for businesses to access things like permits and licenses and RFPs, et cetera, doing business with the city. Next item, we have our kind of feature area. This now everything in the website, I should have mentioned, is modifiable by staff. So staff can make all the changes. They can modify all the content. This was really important, right? We don't want to be an impediment to getting content and information updated. So everything in this site can very easily be done by staff. Staff has been doing a great job over these last couple of weeks. We trained them. They've been doing a lot of updates kind of to prepare us for today. At any time, we can update, or they can update these homepage features to highlight something new. They can have multiples of these and they will slide, so we can have multiple items here. So it's a great way to highlight certain things that are going on in the city. Next item up here, we have what we call our action buttons. So these are, clear buttons that are going to get to the most common things that people are coming to your site for. Again, this is modifiable by the staff. A lot of the choices we made initially were during, discovery, like, what did we find from input from staff and outside users? What are the most common things we're going to look for? Now, moving forward, one of the things we'll be providing the city is analytics about the site. So understanding what people are doing on the site, what pages are they going to, what are they searching for? And this really helps that evolution of the site that I mentioned earlier, right? So that we're looking at those analytics and we're seeing, okay, what are people looking for? And so there may be something that we're seeing they're searching for all the time. Well, that might tell us, okay, it's not as accessible as it should be. And for example, maybe we need to make it an action button right here so they can get to it quickly and they don't have to kind of search through the site looking for it if it's a really common thing that's looked for. Our next section on the homepage here, we're calling this our latest updates. So this automatically pulls in all social media posts that you guys are posting out to Facebook. So this is both for the City of Clarkston Facebook page, but also for the police Facebook page. So it automatically pulls this content in as soon as it gets posted out on Facebook, or at least I should say within 20 minutes, we have sort of a syncing process that happens every 20 minutes. So every 20 minutes, this will get updated. So that way your visitors are seeing all the latest Facebook posts right here. They can click on it. This will take them to Facebook to read the full post. And this is a great, helper for staff so they don't feel like they're having to post information in both areas because it's already been posted to the site just by posting it to Facebook. Then we have a community spotlight section here. This is a video. To be honest, this video we actually found on YouTube. It already existed. It's actually a really great kind of overview video of the city of Clarkston. So we have that in here, but it's also something that, if you guys end up producing a new video or want to change this, we can change it at any time. And coming down, we've got the latest news that would be posted directly to the website. I think this is usually more like public notices, press releases, et cetera, that may not be posted to social media directly. Items about meetings, so that will come here. And then the most upcoming meetings and events coming from the calendar. This all gets auto-populated to the website or to the homepage. So as staff adds things to the calendar, it will automatically come here to the homepage, and then users can access the full calendar. And then lastly, down here in the footer, which is on every single page, we have quick access to contact information, address, phone number, etc. Again, access to your social media feeds and some of these key areas, report of concern, staff directory. And then we have a way for your users to sign up for updates. They can simply just add their information right here and click sign up. This will add them to a mailing list that then you all can send out mass emails to update them on things that are happening in the city. So with that, oh, I'm sorry. I see right now someone says, can you speak up? I'm sorry about that. I hope everybody could hear me okay. But I saw somebody had their hand raised, so I think this would be a good time to go ahead and take some questions.
I think it's me. I only see my hand. Okay. Hi, Tim. Thank you so much for the patient. Can you hear me?
Yes, sure can.
Yes. So I have a few questions. I think the website looks great, so thank you for all the word on that. But my question is centered around, is there a way for the main screen that we also include quick access, like quick access links or things that automatically pop up that are important to people based off of the calendar? I know that's been a concern or question from residents, and I'm just trying to figure out how that integration works. The other thing is when we're talking about the agendas and applications, which I think also should be on here somewhere around like the business license, are they already embedded into the system so that folks, it doesn't pop them to another screen? It doesn't pop them to another screen? Can you hear me?
I sure can.
Okay, got it. So that it doesn't pop into another screen, but it opens up on the physical website, and it's just easier to kind of navigate. And I know there's a lot of questions, so I'll start back at the top. One, is there a quick access component to this webpage?
Well, so the quick access, I think that's sort of what these buttons here on the homepage are. That's their intention. And again, these are kind of what was just initially chosen, and these can be modified at any time. So if, say, for example, applying for a business license, we feel should be a much higher priority, that can be one of these buttons here. And the number of buttons is really, it's dependent on you also. Like it's not just a fixed number of 6. So if you do need, like, actually, I think we originally had 5. I think staff has added an additional one since. Does that answer the idea
yes
of the,
no.
Kind of quick access question?
Yes and no, Tim. So when I say quick access, I mean that one that's connected to the calendar. So if our council meeting is coming up, what I've heard constantly is folks saying it's hard to find the documents that they need. And so I think it will be very helpful for us and our residents. So, maybe this Clarkston News and meeting events, if those are connected, then that will help. But I just want to make sure it's more accessible, because beforehand, if you don't use the right keywords, you can't find the documents. And I want to make sure that people have access to documents as it relates to events and meetings, so that they'll know that we're being as transparent as possible, but our website is like easily accessible to everybody. Does that make sense?
Sure. It does, absolutely. Yeah, and we can look at, like we're seeing here, we have, the latest meeting and events that are coming up. We do also have agendas and minutes here, but, we can also look into, maybe we need to think about making it even more accessible as far as here's the agenda for this meeting that's going to come up, next, basically. Does that make sense?
Yeah, no, it does, Tim. Okay, so then I have another question. Sorry, y'all. The training for, I know you said that everybody will be able to make the updates and changes to the site easily. Have all the staff been through the training? Like, how does that work? And this may be a question for the city manager.
Yeah, Councilwoman Bell, we've all gone through the website to make the initial review. Just as, we're presenting today, of course, we still have a window to go in and make those adjustments as you all see today and what your recommendations are. But there are going to be specific individuals who will maintain. So it's not every city employee that will be, have access to go in and make changes at any time. There is select staff that will be able to make those changes. If that answers your question as well.
It does. Okay, so so this alludes to my next question. The notifications for when people go onto the site, if they, are flagging an application, just to reduce delays, that'll just go to that one person or two, whoever the people are that are identified to run the site, that'll go to their specific inbox. Because I'm also trying to reduce lag time too, and I just want to know how that works on the back end and make sure that we're presenting that to the public.
The particular department where a concern goes in, or if there are questions, we'll go to that specific department. If I'm saying this correctly, Tim, the notifications of when are you saying like a notification as far as an alert, or a notification as far as an application that's submitted through the web to a particular department?
So if somebody goes on here and they want to do an open records request, well, that I'm assuming that notification will not go to that person that has access to the site based off what you're telling me, but it'll actually go to the city clerk. Is that correct?
That is correct. And we actually have a software that we are specifically using now, that the open records request will go through the city clerk's office, and whatever information that's being requested will be disseminated to that department.
Okay. And then my other question is there a button that we can add to the site that has report concerns, just general concerns, so that also makes it more accessible and then reduce lag too as well? And those are all my questions.
That was a button. Yeah, that was a button that was the first button that Mr. Tim did show us.
Got it.
I think Ms. Councilwoman Hopkins.
Thank you. I am with Councilwoman Bell on the idea that it would be really nice, like right up near the top there where it says departments, government, resident services, news, business, if we had something that said calendar, like right there on the top, or on these action buttons that is on the main screen that you see when you go into the website. So you can click on what's happening today, what's happening this week, and also to the calendar is it, you didn't go there, but I think it is there in calendar form as opposed to list form. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
So under news and events, yeah, we have the full calendar.
Okay. Yeah, I would. Okay, well, it's fairly easy to say. Can I just say that the website looks beautiful? It really does. It's excellent. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
My other question was, I would still probably bump that calendar up like to a higher, just calendar as a primary thing. Also, if you click on something like city council meeting, does it take you to, like right now we're on Zoom, to the login information? Can we? Okay, yeah, so and that I guess might be you, city manager, that to put the access information so people could just go click on it in the calendar and go, okay, here's the Zoom logon ID, or okay. And then
That's
the other,
right. Yeah, staff can add the details as part
okay.
of the event, and yep, can have the Zoom info
or
and all
link to
that.
the agenda and such stuff. Okay,
Right,
excellent.
exactly. Yep.
Now, on the translations, is it possible to have that drop down include the language in both English and the language it's translating to? All of the words for the languages are in English. So if it's like Arabic, I would think that it should be in Arabic alphabet to say Arabic, because if that's the only language they read in, they won't be able to read that because that's in English.
Right. I don't think it works that way. So this is provided by Google. I think it's always going to start out in the language, that is the default for the site. I don't think it pre-translates each. I don't think the
languages themselves, and we can't change that drop down. Do we have the ability to, because we can get the translations for the names of the languages without a problem.
I'll look into it, but I don't think so, to be honest. I think that's controlled by Google.
Because I feel like if the language itself is not translated, then we don't really have translated website.
Yeah, I guess the one thing I could say though is, I mean, if someone isn't even able to choose the language in English, they probably couldn't even get to the website, right? Because how would they even know to type in?
Well, somebody could bookmark it on their phone or something, but
right.
Yeah, I mean, we are a city with like at least 60 languages represented. Now, we're not going to have everything translated in all those languages, but you know, we are looking into getting primary documents and essential services translated into the main languages, and we may have to add something that's other than a machine translation.
Right.
Perhaps real translations, and that would probably include having a drop down that includes the language in the language.
Gotcha. But I will look into it to see if that's
Okay.
an option. I just have never noticed it before, but we'll definitely look into it.
Yeah, well, what I studied Arabic once, and the first thing, you know, first letter of the alphabet in Arabic is called alif, and their rule is to learn to tell alif from a stick because it's just a straight line. And if you don't, when I was trying to read Arabic, I'm like, please let me see anything in English letters. Like, I just need those shaped letters because I'm not
Right.
understanding this alphabet. So, okay, that's my concerns. I do think it looks good though. It looks so much more easy to read. I like that increased contrast on the, yeah, because white letters on pastels don't work.
Right.
For a lot of people.
Yes.
I will take my hand down.
So I think Councilmember Hood, I think.
Yes, thank you. Major improvements, and I think we're really on the right track here. And very interesting information about ADA compliance. I have a couple questions and then a couple suggestions. First of all, how does the search work? I know in our current website, you put in a word and you get thousands of references on where that word shows up, which is really not particularly helpful if you put in like council agenda or something like that. I mean, it's every time the word agenda has ever been printed in any document. So I'm not sure how to make a search function more discerning, but I do wonder about that. The thing about staff directory, will that show the direct phone number for that staff? Okay.
So it's kind of dependent on what your what the city staff adds to the site. So they don't have to have a phone number listed here. So it's sort of dependent on what they prefer.
All right. Thank you. Another point about the heading for departments. Does that show an organization chart? And also, people who aren't in government frequently don't know what department handles what. And so I think it would be important under departments or somewhere on very visible on the website, not in FAQs necessarily, but showing an org chart and telling what that department does. So for instance, Public Works, somebody may not understand that watershed management is under Public Works. So that sort of thing, those of us in government sort of forget that we know a lot more about how government functions than the average person on the street. So I think helping people understand where you look for something would be good. Planning and development. Somebody may not know that that's where you go to find the zoning code or the planning and zoning board, that sort of thing. So enriching the knowledge of the website so that people can find things more readily. I agree with several other council members that putting the work session and city council meeting agenda and schedule, etc., higher on the website. That's, I think, one of the things that we hear the most complaints about is that they can't find that information. And so I think it needs to be sort of a direct click on that. And then my recommendation would be this: if you could go back to the main screen. Yes. It seems to me, as just somebody who would be going to this the first time, the things on that second level, I can't remember what you called it, FAQs, report of concern, staff directory, select led. I think that FAQs, report of concern, staff directory should be as visible and accessible as the main boxes that you have where it says resident services, agenda meetings, etc. Because what you're asking the citizens to do is to look in two different places for something they might want to do. And so what I see on this page and what would draw my attention specifically when I got to this page are the multicolored boxes. And then I'm thinking, well, I've got a problem. I want to talk to somebody, et cetera, et cetera. But to report a concern, which is a very important aspect of our website, is not readily findable because it's small and it's in a different place. Same for staff directory. So I think maybe at the top, select a language would be big, and that would pretty much be all that's up there other than the search function and our social media. And then the majority of the screen taken up with these individual boxes in some sort of priority, like staff directory, etc. Those are just my thoughts from the standpoint of somebody who often struggles with websites. And I think it would make it a lot easier, and that people would see, I really, to interact with this website, all I really need to do is select my language, and then my options for what information I seek or what actions I want to take are laid out there in pretty obvious boxes. That is all I have. Thank you.
All right, yeah, I think that's great feedback. One thing I'll just note is, one of the reasons we have the items at the top here is because they will exist on all pages. So say if we go to city clerk, right, these will always be here. Whereas, the big buttons, they're just a homepage feature. And something we need to consider is that by looking at analytics, this is just from all our sites, because I maybe should have mentioned VC3, we really specialize in building municipal websites. So we see the analytics across many, many different towns and cities. And something to keep in mind is that only about 30% of your visitors will actually start on the homepage. Most people start their usage of a website by first just Googling something very specific and getting to a page within your website. So normally they'll start at Google and say, Clarkston, meeting agenda, and then they'll most likely end up on this page. So just to kind of explain why there are buttons here beyond, say just the select language, and then leaving everything else kind of to a set of homepage buttons. So, but still really great feedback.
Could I ask you if it could be in both places, repeating on each page, but also a big a big button? Would that be too confusing?
Oh, yeah. And no, absolutely. I mean, I think originally in our mock-ups, I think maybe it just got changed over time through the process. I think we're like report a concern was originally a button. But yeah, I mean, again, since these can be modified at any time, I think these are great points, and we should definitely be thinking about, you know, what do we want to get people to quickly and easily.
Thank you. Excellent work.
Yeah. Thank you. And I
think
I just, oh, I'm sorry. Oh yeah, I'm basically out of time. So I don't want to mess up your schedule.
No, you got time for one more question from Vice Mayor Yasu, because I know he's been patient.
Okay. Yes.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And I also agree that it looks good. I have one question though. I'm not sure. I know the old website before the pandemic, we used to live stream the city council meeting, and people were able to even though it was not interactive, people could actually watch and listen to the meeting live. And I'm not sure if that would be possible with this new website.
That's a part of the current process now, Vice Mayor Yasu. We have not been in these chambers because the system is behind me that lets us assist with the live streaming. But that is something that we can continue to do as well. Suite 1 allows you to see live streaming as well, and that is posted instantly during our meetings.
So will it be embedded in the website?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, it should work the same exact way as it's worked for you in the past, because that was sort of a third party, you know, addition, the actual streaming portion. So the website itself actually doesn't, you know, provide that or restrict it in either way.
Okay, Ms. Cowie.
And while we had a few minutes left, 3 minutes, as a part of our review of our website, we do want to make sure that we reach out to the mayor and city council, because you all will have your individual pages with your committees, and you need headshots. So we need to get current pictures and a group shot of you all, so we can place that when we're trying to, before we allow our new website to go live. We're looking at March the 28th. So before then, that's in 2 weeks, Madam Mayor.
I don't know.
Before then, we're going to reach out to you with available times so we can have that photographer come in and make that change as well. Vice Mayor,
I definitely could use a new picture, because nobody can recognize me from my old
picture. I don't see the difference. It could be the hair. Your hair's grown.
You've lost a lot of weight.
His face. He looks like his son now.
So this Councilwoman Bell, can I make one more other comment, please? Y'all can't see me on the screen. Somebody got to let me back in. My internet went out, but I'm on the phone. So what I'm looking at, Tim, is Clarkston's website. And so their website, actually, to Councilmember Hopkins' point, the translation, that's key for us. But they actually have a button that says translation. And when you click it, there's an original button and a translation button. When you click the translation, to the left hand, it says English to another language. And it's in Google Translate. So to your point, it's all in Google Translate, but they can go in here and just like click the language. Is that something that can be modified or added to our site? And it's still Google Translate, but if you go to Norcross, NORCROSS, Georgia website, you can see that they have a translate button, and it translates into like, I don't know, it's like 100 languages on here, and they can just click it. Have you seen that before? Can we add that to our site? Just to make
I
sure.
haven't, but
people...
I'll take a look at that and see just how it's implemented and how it differs from from this language selection.
Well, it changes everything. The whole site, every word is translated into that language, from every button to every header, all of it.
Yeah, that's what this same function does that is in your site. Like I'm not sure if you're seeing my screen because I don't think you're logged in. But yeah, everything is, all you have to do is select the language and everything changes. So all the buttons, anything basically that's not an image will get converted to, that language.
Okay, I can't see it. Tim, you gotta let me in. I think you're the host.
Oh, and Tim, could you also, while we have,
I can do that.
Oh, no minutes left, to make sure that we did add that feature for services for events where the residents can sign up and click and just get those instant, like real-time updates to our website. I think we discussed that.
Okay, yeah, we hadn't talked about it. I think I had sent you that work order and we haven't talked about it since. So
yeah, and we wanted that included into the, into the website as well. So that is a go.
Okay, gotcha. We didn't know that. We'll probably need some time to integrate that, but yeah, we can definitely do that.
Okay, thank you, Tim. Of course, Mayor and City Council, if you have any more questions or concerns for us, Ms. Hood, we did see your testing of the website before it goes live, but we want to make sure it is prepared properly, before we get that test run. Tim, thank you for joining us today and giving our Mayor and Council a review of our website. It is lunchtime, everyone. So we're going to give you time to take a little break. And it's your host. And lunch is at 12 o'clock. And I expect everyone to be back at 12:44 for our 12:45.
Okay.
Thank
you
Tim,
all.
you can stop sharing now. Thank you, Tim.
Thank you very much.
Your lunch card, Mayor and City Council, you did receive a lunch card for you to purchase your lunch if you received your bags last night. If you did not receive one, let us know. Let's stop recording. Pause it. Can't hear you, Lauren.
We can't hear you.
I'm sorry. What is the lunch card? I'm sitting here eating all the snacks in the bag, so thank you. But what? So I turned my camera off. I'm like, I got hungry. But what is the lunch card?
And yes, thank you for the bag. I love my bag.
That's how I got full participation. I didn't want anyone's energy levels to go down today.
They're at home. We were afraid that we had to reopen the doors. So nobody.
I don't think I got a card though.
It was on your it was on your folder. Look on your folder.
Okay, I have.
I got it.
Folder.
But is the card
in
here?
Okay.
Hey, y'all are unmuted. You might want to mute yourselves. Everybody that's in the chamber.
Okay, so was there anything else?
Are your phones muted?
Yes, I'm muted.
You're not muted, Shawana.
Now you are. Thank you.
We have different phones that were on in the chamber.
Ms. Cowie?
Okay. So our next, can you hear me, Madam Mayor?
Yes, I can.
Okay. So we're going to go ahead and get started. It's 12:45, and we have Dan Michaels and Mr. Randall Wondersmith. I just love Wondersmith. They're from Brown Bag Marketing, and they're going to discuss our rebranding and marketing opportunities. Thank you.
Hey guys, how are you doing today? And gals, everybody all right?
Oh.
All right. So what we want to do is we want to spend a minute or two kind of going over some of the branding and marketing initiatives that we've worked with this to date. It's a new engagement for us, so we haven't been around too long, but we would love to try to figure out the path forward. We want to communicate where we are and what we're looking for, and at least some initial thought starters are what we would call kind of this concept. So I am trying hard to share my screen, but for whatever reason, I can't forward it.
You want me to give it a go?
Yeah, try it, Randall.
Yeah, I think you needed to be in presentation mode.
There you go.
Got it.
Good, Randall. Bum, bum, bum.
Boom. So if we start with the first slide here a little bit, just want to let the team know we are local to Atlanta. Our office is Peachtree and Piedmont, right in the 400 corridor. We have been in business for 20 years, all being in the great state of Georgia. We like to think of ourselves as born and raised in Atlanta. This is a real picture of our building. We're on the top floor, the 29th floor. We've won all sorts of different awards for marketing. We are super excited about this project because it's near and dear to some of the things that we love. When we have a company like Brown Bag, we focus on having heart and having hustle. And the idea of having heart is we want to be able to connect with some of the clients that we work with. And that's why we're super excited about the city of Clarkston. And then obviously the hustle to keep projects moving and flowing to make sure that they get delivered in an appropriate time. 35 of us, so we're not a big company, but we definitely have a bunch of different roles and responsibilities for the team. If I keep going.
Oh, by the way, before you go on, Dan said that's our building. That is the building where our office is. We did not build that building. It came across that way to me. I'm like, wow. All right.
So what we tried to do, right, is we try to kind of give you an overview of some of the things that we've started with the city of Clarkston. And we call this project a brand development project. And in theory, it is centered around 4 deliverables, right? There's a workshop to get us going, education about the city, about the thoughts, about some of the leadership, about some of the ideas that are wrapped around the city of Clarkston. And so we have what we call an ongoing learning. Once we have a workshop, we kind of get things kicked off, then we like to continue learning through the process. From that workshop, we have something called the brand story. And that is the manifesto and some taglines. And we're going to show you some of those today. The team's going to be involved in kind of talking you through some of the initial work that we've put together in advance of this meeting. Logo development. We're going to talk a little bit about some of the new logo concepts. Not so much new logo, more of refreshing, updating some of the logos that we've seen, as well as the City of Clarkston logo. And then once the brand story gets approved and a new logo and some tagline get approved, then the idea is our project will end by creating a brand new style guide that will show folks that you work with, whether it's the city, other cities, vendors, whatever, a brand new style guide, which will be the colors and the logo usage, and all of the different elements within the actual style guide to demonstrate where the logo and how it would be used. Okay. Questions, concepts before we keep going and kind of jump into this? Any questions?
Yes. How long have you been working with the city of Clarkston thus far?
5 days.
Okay, so this has just begun, brand new. Okay.
Just started,
so,
5 days.
None of these pictures on this slide are us, right? I'm like, I don't recognize
none of these.
Okay.
Yeah, you weren't invited to those meetings. I don't know what's going on.
And they're not
I
me
just
either.
wanted to say that. Yeah.
Yeah. And
I just
so
wanted to say that this is brand new. This was for our work retreat today. Just ideas we're giving out today, Councilwoman Hopkins. So no, that's nobody here.
Okay. And
it could be worse, Laura. You
this
could be
workshop has not happened yet, correct? It says ongoing.
It is ongoing. It happened where we sat down with Shawana and Danita, and we had an initial understanding in preparation for this meeting. But what we wanted to do is we wanted at least to get you some ideas on what we were thinking just to begin the process. That's why it's ongoing. It's not complete. We know that there's going to be a smaller subset of folks on this call that may be very passionate about these things. Once you start seeing some initial ideas, that we absolutely have a voice that we want to work with. Okay, so our goal today was just to try to get things moving so you guys can begin thinking about how we go about the process, right? And so when we think rebranding or updating branding of a city, we think manifesto, a tagline, and logo development. And let's show you kind of what that means. And what I'm going to do, I'm going to turn this over to Randall. Randall going to go through the manifesto. We're going to have Colin spend a little bit of time on the logos, and then back to Randall. So we're going to ping pong back and forth here. Randall?
Thanks, Dan. So just from my perspective, I'm a writer with Brown Bag, and this is always like the most exciting, fun time to do this kind of stuff, because figuring out the essence of your brand, your identity, is some of the most rewarding work I get to do. So what I want to show you, in fact, I'm going to read it to you first, and then I'll show it to you because it's more dramatic and impactful that way, is a draft of a manifesto. And when I say a manifesto, what I mean is a 2 to 3 sentence or 4 sentence articulation of who you are and who you want to be on your best day. It's partly descriptive, partly aspirational. So if you hear it and you're like, yeah, that's who we are, and then parts of it you're like, ooh, I'm gonna have to reach for that. That's good. That's the zone we want to play in. Do me a favor, if you would, shut your eyes for a moment while I advance to the next slide and see if this sounds like the Clarkston you know and love. Clarkston is a place of beginnings, in a place that endures. It's a place to settle and to get settled, and even to simply set a spell. People come to our town from all over for food, for time in nature, and for new seasons of life. We welcome them all for as long as they're here. For some, that's a lifetime and generations of lifetimes. For others, it's a season or two on their way to what lies ahead. And for many of our neighbors, it's an afternoon or an evening spent in a peaceful park, browsing colorful shops or savoring authentic fare from distant places. Their paths converge in moments that matter on our streets and in our green spaces, because Clarkston is where people come together to grow. Okay, you can open your eyes now. That's a first swing at it. We're going to send you guys this, after this, so you can think about it, etc. Initial thoughts. We wanted to kind of see if there's some initial major calibrations that I need to redo. to get at kind of where you're going. I mention it this way because I know that one of the big objectives for you is to attract new business, always to attract new people to come and make Clarkston their home and contribute to the community. But the business piece, especially with the conclusion of the Streetscapes project, it's like, hey, let's get people here and let them see all the things we have to offer. So initial reactions, thoughts based on what you see or heard?
I would say it's kind of funny because our day started today with a discussion on doing our city council vision, mission, and values. And so we were working on something very similar. That's why I said, so imagine what you want to be. I'm like our vision, which we were just talking about for an hour. So the thoughts in my head were nothing like this. So it's,
that's bad.
I wasn't going there at all.
Okay.
I don't know about the rest of you.
Well, that's actually, I'd love to see what you all wrote in that exercise that you did.
Well, we did 30 minutes, so we got nothing so far. We just figured it would be kind of an ongoing conversation we'd be having.
Yeah. Well, then maybe consider this as part of that, because the way manifestos work is they typically are never seen by John Q. Public.
Mm-hmm.
They are like a tuning fork. It's like that. If you ever been in a choral group, when the conductor blows on that little whistle thing and sounds that one note, that's what this is. Everything else is keyed to this tune. Even if you don't go to a concert to hear the guy blowing that thing, you go to hear music, and that's what happens with the rest of this. So, Dan, do you think we should scoot on to logos for now, just to give folks an initial look?
For sure. And so once again, what we're going to talk about at the end, how we bring people back together. But this is part of this branding element that we're working on.
Mm-hmm. All right. Let's see. Colin.
All right. Hey, guys. I'm Colin. I am the designer with Brown Bag. And so we've kind of put together these logos to get initial feedback, see what you guys think on the varying forms and style and direction. But anyway, so we've met with a few of the team and we listened and, got some initial feedback. We did some research and some exploration of the city, and that's kind of how we came to land on the initial designs. But after doing the research, seeing the city, we felt like these key in on, what makes Clarkston and the feel of the city and just the overall approach. But so you'll see these overall themes, they highlight cultural diversity, your parks, the history, and just the overall Clarkston feel. So what I'll do is I'll start with the top left one, and I'll go left to right and top to bottom. To make it easier. Mm-hmm. So the one on the top left, it's kind of more classic in style. It brings in the idea of the acorns and the oak leaf, which, are pretty prominent within Clarkston. It also brings in the C, which sort of encircles in the background. That top icon could actually play a separate role apart from the city of Clarkston text. So it could actually be broken apart in two as the brand becomes identifiable. The font we used here is pretty classic in style as well. Sans serif also brought in the 1882 for the historical value. And the lorem ipsum dollar text is where once we land on a tagline for the city, that will drop in there for all of these concepts. So moving to the right, and if you guys have any thoughts or comments, feel free to jump in. So moving to the second one to the right, here again, kind of playing off the oak theme of, growth, city growth, but also the iconic oak trees within the city. Again, using the same text and pulling in the 1882 for the historical factor. Let's see. And then, so moving to the right, also using the same oak leaf, the thought again is city growth, iconic pieces of the city pulled into the logo. Here we did change up the font, put in a serif font as opposed to the sans serif font. It still has that classic design feel, but with the sans serif font, you get a little bit more, I guess, structure to the letters as opposed to the sans serif.
Yeah, there's a kind of a classical feel with that third one there with the serifs and it looks very it looks classic, actually. It looks like it doesn't have to explain anything to anybody because it's the real deal.
All right. Yeah.
Sorry, Colin.
Any thoughts or questions from anyone on the call, just as a gut feel, just trying to gain some feedback? We know this isn't the end all be all. We have many. Any thoughts in terms of from the team?
Yeah,
Councilwoman Bell,
I want to make.
Yeah. Thank you for that presentation. I have a question about this concept of the leaf. Now, the one down, the fourth one, kind of looks like a map and a leaf, a combination. But give me more context, because I want to also ensure that it kind of brings in the foundation and like the origin of the city, all as well as the diversity. So we need more information. I'm sorry.
Oh, you're good. So you're referring to the one on the bottom left? Is that?
Somewhere, the bottom left, but I want to know more about that concept of the leaf, because it also doesn't bring that, like, we have a railroad in the middle of our city or any of the diversity either.
Yeah, well, so I'll keep going through them. You'll see as we go further, we pull in different elements of the city. But yeah, so looking at the bottom left one, also using the oak leaf. However, here pulling in the colors and sort of weaving them through the leaf represents not only uses the city colors, but it represents the diversity of the city. And also in walking around Clarkston, I really like the murals that you guys have around. And so how the colors flow through the leaf also reflects that sort of mural and cultural feel of the city. And here, in thinking through that, we pulled in the different font. It's a little softer on the edges, and it works a little better with that style design.
And Randall, maybe you go to the next page to give the team at least a little bit more look and feel.
So let me see how that works. Like that?
Yep. And so once again, our goal is to put together something for this meeting to begin thinking about what does the manifesto look like, if a new logo is going to be implemented, what might some of those concepts be? But at the very end, we're going to be asking for, hey, is there a subset of folks that we can work with to begin capturing some of the elements that we know that we need to make a logo that everybody is super proud of, as well as manifesto and taglines. And so these are some other examples of just, you guys mentioned the train, you guys mentioned the park, just other types that we've dreamed up.
Yeah, so if you looking at the center logo, they're kind of stacked, same logo stacked on top of each other. The bottom one shows the invert laid on that background color. But in creating this one, it not only highlights, the fact that there's parks and, it's walkable city, you can walk through the parks. It also represents the journey that somebody may take to come to the city. And so here, it's a sort of an abstract tree, but it's technically an oak leaf that represents the tree. So it's the journey to Clarkston and then the potential growth once you're in Clarkston. But, like I was saying, it backs up on the idea of the parks and the oaks and growth.
What's neat about the use of just a single leaf as a tree is that it communicates promise. It communicates growth in the future.
Any thoughts or questions on any of the logos?
Councilwoman Hood and then Councilwoman Hopkins.
Councilwoman Hood?
Yes, thank you very much. What kind of oak leaf have you used in the earlier versions that we saw the previous screen?
Well, it's not technically a specific oak leaf. It's just a representation of an oak leaf. But, with the top three, it's a little bit more realistic in style, sort of a sketch style, which gives it that sort of classic clean feel, as opposed to the ones on the bottom. They're a little bit more stylized.
Okay.
And they bring in a little bit further color. So a leaf specifically isn't necessarily in play here, but if we need to look at that, we sure can.
Yeah, if there's a particular species of oak that is all over Clarkston, we can certainly play with that.
Right, I was just wanted, as long as it's not depicting a particular oak, because it may be that doesn't actually grow in Clarkston and people will glom onto that sort of thing and make fun of it.
Now that makes sense.
This is Atlanta, though, where there are no peach trees on Peachtree Street. So
right. Well, that's which Peachtree Street are you referring to?
You know what?
350. But
That's
anyway,
right. That's right.
I do like the idea of putting our date of our founding. And as for font, I prefer something classic like the third one on the right on the top versus something more contemporary, just because if you expect something to last, contemporary sometimes goes out of style. Those are just my personal thoughts. Sure. I like the leaf. I especially like the tree because I think the tree gets towards some sense of diversity. And perhaps there's an additional way to build in the sense of diversity in that. I'm not sure.
Sure.
Yeah, so if you look at the top left version here, it's more of an abstract tree, kind of playing off your current logo. Same with the bottom left and the top right. But the top left logo, it also has those interweaving lines, which sort of represent the interweaving of the culture of Clarkston.
And the railroad, we no longer have a platform here. It doesn't stop. It just goes through and is very noisy and obstructs traffic. So if we still had a railroad stop, then perhaps that, even though that is, of course, how Clarkston was originally named.
Right.
But I don't think it's particularly representative of the city at this point. Thank you. Excellent work. Enjoying this very much.
Yeah, thank you.
Laura, we're going to take your question and then we're going to move on to some taglines. As we know, we only have like 5 minutes and we want to be respectful. Laura, your question?
Well, this question might actually be for the mayor, council, and city staff, but it relates to this. I could well have missed something. I'm not saying that doesn't happen, but did we decide we don't like our current logo? Because I honestly love it. You're muted, city manager.
No.
Okay.
No, you did not say you did not like it, but we are a city where possibilities grow, and we were looking for economic attractions and what can make us more memorable in how we market our city. So we were just looking at options to enhance that. So no, we did not take out the possibility of what we currently have as our logo.
So we're not definitely eliminating our current logo, because I do really, I like the fact that it's centered around a human, like it's people centered.
We realize that too.
Yeah. Okay. All right. That's all.
Councilwoman Hopkins, a couple of things. Yeah. So think about it. We went from a small town, big heart. That was what we had forever in terms of the actual logo and motto that we have for the city. And then we changed it to where possibilities grow. And a lot of times what people were saying that the way that that particular logo looked, it looked more like a nursery versus a city. And so that was kind of one of the things that popped up in terms of how do we look at the logo and update the logo as a possibility, because possibilities grow here now. So there you go.
I will just add real quick that it was made very clear to us in the meeting that that the current logo is very much beloved. And so what we're showing you here is an exercise in imagining what it could be. And if there's a way to refresh it, like quite apart from the image itself, the typeface used in the current logo is a little bit dated at this point. So we thought about ways to bring a fresh look to what people know and love. So
very quickly, we have 2 slides that are super important. The next slide, so we talk about the manifesto, we talk about the logo, but we also want to think about the theme and the concepts underneath the logo. And so this is the ability to keep perhaps your same logo or change it slightly and come up with a new possible theme. And these are not we like the theme that you have. We're just trying to expand the idea to say, hey, here are some other themes that you may want to consider as part of this engagement. Randall, you have about 30 seconds. You wanna hit this?
Sure. These taglines right here are an initial swing at it. Taglines are the hardest working language you can use with your brand. And I tried to get at the diversity, the embracingness of the embracingness. I can't believe I just said that. The way that you welcome people from all different traditions. And that is, in fact, Clarkston's tradition, which is why you see a tradition of welcome. But we also want to lean into, you come here because this is where you grow. This is where the city grows with you. It's always the kind of place you can come to for as long as you can stay. And we'll make a place for you. There's hospitality here, but you're future focused while not losing track of the rich tradition that informs the town. So these taglines, you can just, think about them, react to them, throw darts at them over the weekend, whatever you'd like to do. But this is just a sense of our initially beginning to think about it.
Okay, and then the last slide, and we're complete. What we want to let everyone know, our goal is not done. Our meetings aren't done. We want everybody who wants a voice in this to get involved. Totally. And so we want everybody who says, hey, I'd love to be able to have some conversation that's a little deeper on the logo or on the tagline or on the manifesto. Well, our intent would be, how do we work together to get those 3 signed off on and approved? Once those 3 are approved, then our goal would be is to develop our brand guidelines that mirrors those 3 elements, the logo, the manifesto, and the tagline. Any questions before we're out of time? We're just ideally with this program, just trying to get folks moving on just some new ideas.
This is the start of the conversation, not the final word.
So thank you for starting this conversation. This is Councilmember Bell. So I have some ideas, but I can discuss that with y'all offline of how these logos work. But I want to bring to the council's attention that if we're thinking about vision and that our mission and our goals, that also needs to ultimately rebrand ourselves too, if it's not in connection once we agree upon a statement for the previous goals. And then this is what I'll say, Randall. I think that initially in the first part of this retreat, we talked about community and connecting folks. And so I see some of that in the logos, but not a lot of it. I see the pathway to growth, which is great. I also think that there needs to have a sense of city. I think it was the mayor's point that the old logo doesn't have that city feel to it or any structure that looks like a city, right? And I think some of that needs to be a part of this logo. But yeah, I got some thoughts. I'll talk to you later, but I think it needs to have people in it as well.
Okay. So we will be working with Shawana on this to kind of come up with a small group. Please let her know if you're interested, and thank you very much for your time just to get moving.
Thank you, Randall. Thank you, Kelly.
Take care, you all. Have a great afternoon.
Thanks, guys. Have a good day.
Have a great afternoon, everyone.
Bye.
So now, as a part of our retreat, we're going to discuss Downtown Development Authority. And Miss, get rid of that. Share our screen with there. Is she here?
I'm here. It's Sadie Krosick with the Georgia Municipal Association. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Wonderful.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
ready.
what? Okay. Well, what? I mean, I've been listening in throughout the day, and y'all are doing the work that needs to be done, which is these hard conversations to figure out what you need as a city and where you're headed. And so thank you for asking us to be a part and partner with y'all today through GMA. How can I help you the most in regards to a Downtown Development Authority? I do have a presentation that gives you a general overview of what DDAs can do, the powers they have, and how you start them. You all may know that information. That might not be what's needed the most. So I'm happy to share that with you. I could even just send you a PDF of it if you just want to reference, or we could go through it's wordy and it's into the details of the powers and the laws, but or I can give you a summary and then answer questions. How can I best serve you guys today?
Today, I would like for you to best serve us today during this working retreat, Sadie, is to show us that PowerPoint presentation, because it's not just us here. You know, we do have our community here as well, and we want to make sure that they have an understanding of where we're moving forward to. So we want to make sure that all information that's disseminated is on all forms. So yes, if you could go to the basics with us.
Sure.
We would love to see that.
Be happy to do that. Let me make sure I have the ability to share my screen. Oh, looks like I do. Can you all see that? Great.
Yes.
Okay, well, I'll go over this general overview of what a DDA is and what they can do. And if at any point in time I start saying letters and acronyms and the alphabet soup and it doesn't make sense, or it's like, hey, you just said some letters, we don't know what they are, please stop me, because that happens a lot in this world, as you all know. And it's a lot of content, but we'll try to get through it quickly so that you guys can have time to ask questions. So Downtown Development Authorities, the basic mechanics and management. The purpose of a DDA is that it serves as a quasi-governmental authority. So it is considered a nonprofit by the IRS, a governmental entity, but it's separate from your city government, and it's project driven. It plans and manages the downtown business district. DDAs can utilize a variety of financing tools to bring about revitalization and economic development of a defined area within a city. So that's really important. So a DDA is tied to a defined boundary that is either considered the central business district or defined as the downtown development area. These are the powers that a DDA is afforded by law. And this is a very detailed list. And because these are unique powers that a DDA has, and they're different than what a city has. So a DDA can do projects and do activities in a downtown that a city can't. And because of these, just to sum up all of these powers that a DDA has, it basically can be summed up in that DDAs can do projects. They can do revitalization projects in the downtown in ways that cities cannot. Each authority can undertake commercial, business, office, industrial, parking, or public projects where these will have a benefit for the downtown. So cities are encouraged to work with their DDAs to implement downtown master plans, to acquire property, to recruit business, to achieve long-term goals for the downtown. And they're focused on just that. So what a DDA can do, and there's They're set up with DDA directors that are appointed by the local municipal government, so by the city council. They don't get paid, they're volunteers, but they are focused on improving and reaching the goals for just that downtown area. So they can really focus, and then they can offer some protection to the city because they are focused on downtown and the city is focused on supporting their efforts and being connected, but they're not doing the same things that the city is doing for the entire municipality. Cities also have been afforded by Georgia state law to create special tax, fee, or assessment districts within the area of the operation of downtown authorities. And the funds from that can be used exclusively for downtown redevelopment. The mechanics, how you create a DDA, how you organize it, and a little bit more in detail about the powers and the requirements that go along with having a downtown development authority. So DDAs are created by Georgia state law. Every city in Georgia through the Georgia General Assembly has the ability to have a DDA, but they can't transact business or exercise powers unless they're activated locally by adopting and filing an ordinance or resolution. So the city defines the area within the municipality that constitutes the DDA area. And when they adopt that resolution, appoint directors, that's when it can begin doing the work of the DDA. There are two types in Georgia. One is the one that's considered a statutory DDA, which is what I just described in that above little box. The other kind is constitutional authorities, and those are formed differently, and those are rare. Most DDAs that you see that are active are the statutory kind of DDA. And in your case, that would be most likely how you would proceed as a city. So here's the steps to creation. You designate the area boundaries. You appoint the initial directors of the authority. You create a resolution stating the need for the authority. You pass that resolution and file that with the Secretary of State and DCA. And then you kind of guide and release the DDA to start doing the work. As far as defining the boundaries, maybe you guys already know, like, oh, this is very clear, this is downtown, but you do have to define that because that's where the work's going to happen. And you can change it, but it's better to just get it, I would say, go ahead and get it right so they can start the work. And my hometown, the initial DDA boundary was amended a few years after activation to include the mill district for us, the historic cotton mill district, because they realized this really is a part of downtown too. It needs to be a part of it. But so you can do that, the same process through resolution. A statutory DDA, the law says it shall consist of 7 directors. They must be taxpayers who live in the city, or they must own or operate a business located within the downtown development area and be taxpayers who live in the county in which the city is located. You need to have 4 of the directors to have an economic interest in downtown. So that own a property, own a business, because the goal is the downtown area and you want engagement and guidance for people who are there, who are invested in it. So 7 directors, and one of them can be a city council member. So it can be structured where it's a city council representative that's appointed annually. They can be one of the 7 directors, and a city council member would serve as long as they are serving as the council member. And so that role might have to get replaced more often, depending on terms of your council. Just like any other public meeting, you have to have a quorum to hold a meeting. Majority of quorum is needed to pass any resolution, except when issuing debt, because that requires a unanimous vote from the board. So everybody has to be on board when DDA takes on an action involving debt. And it's required by law that all directors, except for the elected official that may be appointed there, has to complete 8 hours of DDA training within the first year of appointment to the board. There are lots of training opportunities out there for DDAs. GMA offers training, Carl Vinson Institute offers training throughout the year, and it's a great way to learn how to serve your cities. They do an intro, and then they also do a continuing training that's not required, but really helpful. Now, if it was a constitutional DDA, everything would be established in that constitution that creates the DDA. Officers. For a statutory DDA, you would have a chair, a vice chair, and a secretary and treasurer, or a combined role of secretary treasurer. So you at least have 3 officers that would be serving on the DDA from the directors that are there. And the secretary treasurer doesn't have to be an appointed director. It can be someone outside of the board that serves on that role. Constitutional DDA, again, it's outlined in that constitution that establishes it. For DDA staff, one of the best practices is that there would be a dedicated staff person who is thinking and helping manage the board and keeping them on track, doing the master planning and annual retreats and just the day-to-day admin. And they would provide administration and support to the DDA. They can be hired and compensated through a downtown development authority. In most cases, what we see around the state is they're assigned, it's a city staff person who is assigned to the DDA as support staff to help them in their efforts. That's how we structured it in my hometown. That's how we see it in a lot of other areas. Legal counsel for DDAs. The DDA can engage its own attorney. The city attorney is not automatically the attorney for DDA, because in some cases that can have a conflict of interest, because obviously the DDA attorney is trying to represent the interests and activities of the DDA. And in the strange situation where they would also need to be representing the city, it might be a conflict of interest. In our local context, which is also a small town, our city attorney, when we needed legal representation, when we needed someone to be at a closing table for a real estate transaction or to review lease agreements or facade easements, we used our city attorney. So that is a common practice. The role of the attorney is to advise board, officers, and staff, and they represent the DDA interests. Revenue bonds are something that a DDA can do, and in the event that you're going to go down that route, we actually would secure outside bond counsel. That's actually the practice of our city as well. Bylaws. You would obviously create bylaws that kind of define everything that's not automatically set up in the state law for a DDA. So what you would include in the bylaws would be officer terms, meeting schedules, officer responsibilities, how to do called meetings, accounting practices. You might want to include that they're included in the city audit, or how the finances are overseen, conflict of interest guidelines, and all meetings would follow most likely Robert's Rules of Order. I personally would advise that there's a regular meeting schedule for a DDA just to make sure that they're continuing to do the work. When you're meeting as needed, it's hard to know what as needed means. And obviously you have to post agendas and post minutes and all of the laws that go along with any public meeting for a city council also applies to an authority like a DDA. Also, every year, a DDA as an authority is required to register the authority and submit an annual financial report to the Department of Community Affairs. And that's just annual report. It's due end of June, so it's due 6 months after the closing of the fiscal year, which is typically June 30 for most municipalities. Management of the DDA. Best practice for a downtown development authority is to do strategic planning with the governing body. So even if it's not the DDA and all the city council in the same room, having that bridge of communication where there's a representative, at least in both meetings. For example, when we do our local DDA annual retreat, we do it once a year in July. Our city manager comes, our city planner would come if needed, and department heads that need that information or need to speak into those plans and help guide are there, and vice versa. So then our DDA staff, sometimes our DDA chair would sit in on the council planning when it applies, there's overlap. So just staying kind of hand in hand so that both are achieving common vision obviously is a best practice. Sources for project planning can be the comprehensive plan process. Obviously, a DDA would be a focused part of that, and they would have a short-term work plan from that with long-range and short-term goals. LCI stands for Livable Centers Initiative through the Atlanta Regional Commission. That's a great resource for coming up with a city center master plan. Carl Vinson Institute also does downtown master planning. There are a lot, and there are a number of private companies that do this, but engaging for a downtown master plan or implementing that plan, that is a task that DDAs are strategically created to do. Community input, visioning sessions, charrettes, those are also very important to make sure that the work has buy-in and implementation can actually happen. Have to have that public part of it. So much of what a DDA should be doing is going to be directly impacting and working with the people of downtown and the people who enjoy downtown, even if they don't live there, have a business. It should be the heart of the community and kind of the magnet that everybody goes back to, saying this is what our town is. So DDAs also obviously would do business retention and recruitment, kind of analyze what you have, what you're missing. I've heard lots of phrases today about live, work, play. Part of that is identifying, well, what do we have that's already happening? Do we have the living downtown? Do we have the working that's downtown? Do we have the play? Like, which one's primary and how do we fill in the gaps and kind of bring up it's a three-legged stool, the other parts of the stool, so that it can really be sustainable as a economic engine. And then asset inventory, placemaking assessments, that's just like what businesses are here, what spaces are vacant, what land is available, who owns what. It's just getting that database of what you actually have, and that is an important role of the DDA. And placemaking is all the efforts that go to make the identity of a unique place become established and really stand alone as something of significance that's different than everywhere else. IGA stands for Intergovernmental Agreement. This is a best practice to identify and define the role of the DDA in relation to the city. It does keep everyone on the same page. It is a binding legal agreement. It would need to kind of articulate and put in writing what the downtown vision and action plans are. And one of the most important things is that this is how you can provide resources for the DDA to do the work. So an intergovernmental agreement, some examples of them, it might be as simple as council saying, we are going to fund DDA efforts and projects at this dollar amount for this many years. And that can go beyond just 1 year budget cycle or the term of current elected officials, because that can change. And so for the work to have continuity and kind of do some of these long-term projects that take 5 to 10 years on some of these big ones, to be able to do that, and IGA is the tool that can make it possible. Because you can take that agreement as a DDA, says this is guaranteed funding from the city for this many years, and that becomes a document that makes a DDA bankable. They can use that as a source of revenue where they can borrow money and do projects. Another example of how it works is if the city has a building that the DDA is going to manage, then they would put an IGA in place articulating expectations, how the money flows, how that's going to work. We have one in my community where it was the old city hall building. New city hall was built. They moved into it. The old building, they put an IGA in place for the DDA to manage it. And it's up to the DDA to go and find tenants. Any money they make on the rent roll, that is the DDA money to do the projects. That also, that rent roll for that building is also bankable. That is something that enabled our DDA to go and purchase a building and hold it until we could get it into private market hands. And really, we'll talk about projects in a minute, but just to say that is what DDAs do, is they do what the city can't do or isn't really positioned to do, and what the private market isn't doing yet. So they're kind of that gap in between what government and how government can serve, and then what the private market will do on its own. Sometimes there's space between there, because the DDA doesn't need to make the most money on a project like a private interest would need to. A DDA can do things that just fulfill their mission, which is to get downtown active, get it walkable, draw businesses. You fill in the blanks of what that is. So back to the IGA. Another example of an IGA is a building that the city had, or another asset. They give the DDA authority to sell or market that building or recruit a business or developer to have that building. And they don't have to follow, the DDA doesn't follow the same rules that a city does, where you have to pick the lowest bid or this. They can actually pick the developer that fits their mission best. So it's very, again, it's driven by the plan for the downtown and within that boundary. So they have freedom to do things a little different than a typical government entity. Projects. So we're already kind of getting into projects, but projects must serve the purpose of the DDA's creation as defined by the state statute, which are the revitalization and redevelopment of the central business district or your downtown in the city. Development and promotion for the public good and general welfare. So trade, commerce, industry, and employment opportunities. And promotion of the general welfare of Georgia by creating a climate favorable to the location of new industry, trade, commerce, and the development of existing industry, trade, and commerce within cities. This is what y'all have been describing all day long of what you're wanting to do, is creating that environment where it's attractive to invest. It's attractive to be there long-term, to take that risk, to start a business. And the way that you create that environment, you define that. It may be downtown events that draw people to showcase the kind of customer base that you have. It may be to show the environment and the potential for new buildings and growth and businesses. There's lots of ways to do that. And they also can do a project for industrial, commercial, business, office, parking, public. You can do parks, other use, provided that a majority of the members of the authority determine with a resolution that the project and such use would further the public purposes of the DDA statute. So all the law is trying to focus your DDA to use those powers for that defined area and to do things that improve the quality of life in that defined area. Project examples, we've kind of already talked through a number of these. It can be, I'll give you a real life example. In our community was an old gas station that had become a used car dealership. And it was kind of always for sale. No one knew the price or what it was. And it was such a interesting but also questionable property that the private market just did not have the patience to buy this property. And so in our context, the DDA identified it as like, this is right in the heart of our downtown. This would be a great use as a restaurant or retail. But because it was a gas station, there's also lots of questions there and lots of risk that a typical investor would not be willing to take. So that's that gap between what the private market was ready to do. And so we were able to negotiate a deal and be really patient with our money to go through the brownfield process and get it ready to go to the private market. And we had letters of intent from an end user and a business, but there was a lot of risk involved there that a typical investor, redeveloper would not have been willing to take. But we could as a DDA, because we saw it as really critical to the continuation of the walkability and more retail and restaurants in our downtown. And also this local council, the city is not, they're not held liable for the DDA investments. So there's enough distance and separation that the DDA can take risks and do things, but they have to have a way that they're funded and bankable to take on those projects, if that makes sense. So whether it's an IGA or some other kind of stream of revenue or a redevelopment grant through CDBG for a DDA sponsored project, you got to be thinking, how are we funding the ongoing work of DDA? You can do seed funding, but long-term, how are they generating what they need to continue the work over many years? DDAs can't. They have to do projects that serve their purposes, and so they can't confer gifts or gratuities. They're subject to that law just like any other government entity. So you have to use caution in developing incentives. You can do incentives in the lease agreement. There's lots of ways to do it. You just have to be mindful and get legal counsel to make sure that you're not doing something you shouldn't do. It can't go beyond its powers, meaning that all the work of a downtown development authority and all those powers and tools have to stay within the boundaries. So even if it's a great project and it's right outside the boundary, technically the DDA can't do it. That's a role for somebody else or some other entity. And they can't carry out SPLOST or taxpayer funded public projects solely on their own. In some cases, they could do a public-private partnerships, but DDAs aren't meant to be, doing the sole entity doing the stormwater project. Stormwater was mentioned earlier today, which, by the way, is a great way to do some streetscaping if it also addresses stormwater. I'm sure you all know that though. Okay, financing powers. This is really what sets DDAs apart, and why they're such powerful tools is really this slide right here. A DDA can issue revenue bonds and promissory notes for projects. The city is not liable for DDA revenue bonds or notes. They can be supported with an IGA. And Georgia Constitution authorizes them to enter into these kind of contracts and agreements for up to 50 years. Any other council could only do the term of that council. Any budget year is just 1 year at a time. This enables long-term projects to happen. They can pledge the IGA revenues to repay DDA bonds or notes. That's what I'm kind of talking about being bankable and having a tool to be able to do this. Number two, the DDA can issue project loans and grants and structure deals with incentives. They can do that. They can take on the risk. They could almost be the bank for a project that can't get financing in a typical way if they have the funding to do it. And they can participate in public-private projects with restrictions, like we mentioned. City support. The city can commit up to 3 mills to financially assist with DDA projects. The city can provide seed funds through an IGA, and the city can deed property to the DDA for projects. laws applicable to DDAs are all of these general ones that you're familiar with, being a local municipal government. They apply to local government authorities as well. And I already mentioned the annual reporting that comes with it. So that's a general overview of how DDAs are structured, what they can do. There are lots of tools in the state of Georgia for downtown development beyond just the tool of a DDA. There's also the Georgia Main Street Program. There's the Georgia Downtown Association, which is an association of downtown professionals and cities doing this work. And DDAs are often used to carry out a program for economic redevelopment like the Main Street Program, because that is a strategy, a proven strategy of how to do downtown redevelopment. And DDAs are often the tool that's used locally to do that. So I'll be happy to answer any questions or kind of get into some specifics of other projects. But I hope that helped offer a little bit of clarity of how DDAs can really serve the goals of the city.
Thank you, Sadie. We really appreciate that information. I'm pretty sure that our team, Mayor and City Council, were familiar with many aspects of the information that you presented, but I wanted to get the discussion started again so we're all aware of what can and can't be done as we move forward reinstating our own downtown development authority. So I see Councilwoman Hopkins and then Councilwoman Bell.
Yes, I would just like to ask, could you repeat those things? You said the other options for funding downtown projects. You said the Main Street Program and
not our Main Street Program isn't necessarily funding. It's just another tool and kind of a box of resources that you can use that strategy, employ the Main Street approach is what it's called. And it's through Main Street America. It's that's a national organization, and we have state representations of it. So it's the Georgia Main Street Program, Main Street, I think it's georgiamainstreet.org. And it's run through the Department of Community Affairs. And so that is a strategy that a volunteer group could start doing today and start looking at that 4-point approach and how do we apply that in our community. Now, they wouldn't have the powers and the ability to do some of the project-driven things that a DDA could do. But like I said, DDAs are often using the Main Street approach in their communities.
And what other tools did you say were available in
the Georgia Downtown Association? It's a membership association similar to the Georgia Municipal Association, but it's focused on downtown development. And they host an annual conference every year, the Georgia Downtown Conference, which is a great learning environment. It's in August, and this next year it is in Macon is where it is this year. But it's kind of coming together, and it's a lot of learning, and a lot of other Georgia cities of all kinds of sizes and in different stages of their redevelopment kind of come together and share best practices and learn. And I will say there are 2 really useful tools through the Georgia Cities Foundation and the Department of Community Affairs, and they're both downtown development revolving loan funds. Now you need a DDA to use these because the DDA becomes a funding conduit for both of these revolving loan funds. They're low interest rate loans for projects, redevelopment projects in a downtown. And so the DDA never touches the money, but they're the pass through to the end user. And it can be used for acquisition, rehabilitation of buildings and properties in a downtown.
Thank you.
Councilwoman Bell.
Thank you. Hey, Sadie, how you doing?
I'm good.
It's great to see your face again after all these years. My question around the DDA is, does GMA have any best practices on how to structure them as well as how to keep people engaged on them? Because we've had one here in our city before. And so trying to think through that process of the best way to structure them and as well as to keep engagement on them would be super helpful.
I do have, I can send examples of bylaws, for example, because that's what's going to define more details than just, it has to be 7-member board that's appointed by council. That's where you're going to get into outlining responsibilities and how often you have to be at meetings, how many you can't miss. Maybe you put in there that an annual retreat is expected. I would say though, just from my own experience, what makes or breaks a DDA is kind of the leadership that's keeping it on task and having a good vision and a good plan, like a short-term wins and long-term wins, like things that they know. If a board knows what they're working towards and they have someone putting that before them monthly, then I think you end up getting a working board that's ready to see some results and get some things done, check some things off the list of, if we need new planters downtown, then we're going to figure out how to do that. And we're going to be able to look at that in 6 to 12 months and go, look, that planner is there because we did that work. Does that make sense? And I'll be happy to share the documents that we have as some examples of other bylaws, because that's kind of where you do that. But then it's the leadership, like who's the who that's going to be the driving force, because you know how it is with volunteer boards and all of you. I mean, you're all serving. It's hard to keep that at the forefront. It's not your full-time job. And so who's going to be the driver that's helping everybody feel successful in that role and really maximizing the volunteer hours that you're getting?
But then, Teddy, that goes into my next question. Have you seen where boards actually have somebody that kind of, outside of the elected or the appointed folks, that kind of facilitates the facilitation of those meetings, making sure that those things happen, almost like a consultant to the actual board to make sure that these things are occurring? Because as it relates to what you stated, it is a volunteer board. We want to make sure that people are engaged in it and that somebody is a driving force outside of the elected officials that are appointed to the board and the members of the community.
I know, I mean, there's some DDAs have like contracted with somebody to come in and offer those services. There have been a number of cities that have done that for a time. I don't have a name or recommendation, but that is a route to go. If you don't have a staff person already within the city government, or I mean, sometimes chambers are leading the charge, but it's having that, I think, a continuity in leadership of somebody who's doing exactly what you're saying is really important. Even with downtown development, the Georgia Main Street program does a survey annually, and the most successful programs have a dedicated full-time employee that's thinking about that. But that's a lot to ask. I mean, because that's a lot of funding. That's not possible for every community. But it does help you get traction. Exactly what you're pointing out, YT. Yeah.
Do we have any more questions, discussion?
I have one more question that you just tipped onto right there is, what is the expected cost of having a DDA just in and of itself? Or would it be expected to be self-supporting through its projects?
Yes, it would be long-term, but initially, how can they do those projects? And really, to answer that question, you might have to identify some very specific 1 or 2 projects that are, and some might be too big to achieve in 1 year, 2 years, but they're going to need some way to get funding to do those projects, even like I said, be bankable. So that would be some kind of funding agreement through an IGA or a property. I'm not sure what resources you have without knowing Clarkston well, if you had a building or had property, but I know example, Madison, Georgia, their IGA initially was $8,000 a year. That's what it's like. We agree to fund as a city $8,000 a year to the DDA to do downtown redevelopment. They did facade grants through that, and they could take that IGA because it's a multi-year agreement, and a bank would go, okay, well then we will lend you money to do this project because we can look at that IGA as a source of revenue to support it. Does that make sense? And then later it was successful. They could argue the numbers and show that there was a big return on investment, and the IGA number increased. Initial funding in my local community was to cover the expenses of that building that the old city hall that they gave to DDA. They said it's going to cost $15,000 a year for you to run that building. So we will fund you $15,000 a year to cover the cost of the building. That's not really seed money because it's all being spent. But that was something, and DDA had room to create their own revenue through getting tenants in the building. So that is the question of how can DDA fund these projects that they're doing? If you want to see a local facade grant program, if you want to see beautification projects or murals, how are they paying for it? So it can be raising sponsorship. They create their own stream of revenue. It's tough, but it's possible. That's what lots of communities do for events, is they're raising business sponsorships to make that possible. That's probably not enough of a source to do redevelopment projects, but it can help you do events and maybe some public beautification projects. But yeah, there's other tools through DCA and other one-time infusions of money, whether it's part of ARPA fund. I mean, maybe it's something there that goes to redevelopment. I mean, you have to find these sources to get seed money and then say, okay, I'm giving you this, you got to turn this into more to be sustainable for projects. Yeah. If you have a blighted building downtown, that could open up the door for the redevelopment grant through CDBG. It just depends on specifically what you have and what you're trying to do.
I have a quick question. Since the DDA members are not elected, could you clarify whether the authorities have the power of eminent domain?
They do. That actually was added, not initially when the statutory DDAs were created, but later that was added. It's actually on one of those slides. I went through it quickly. That first one with all of they do have the power of eminent domain with city approval. So they can't just go do it themselves, but they can do that with city approval endorsement to do so. But again, I would advise, I am not legal counsel, so I would advise if that is a possibility, then obviously talk to city attorneys and other get input on how do we go about that process.
And I had a quick question. Did you say we could use some of our ARPA funding towards the DDA?
I think you can, but I don't hold me to that.
Don't quote you on it. I won't.
Yeah, that's a great question. But that was a big discussion at the beginning of these funds being available in the downtown world, was how can we use and actually, I think Augusta is allocating some of theirs. They have like 4 or 5 very large vacant buildings, like right in the mix of all that's been redeveloped in their downtown. And so they're going to create a program, and I believe they're using ARPA funding to create a program where it's available for just these designated properties that are vacant and blighted, if they can match and participate in the program. So I think there are ways to do it. It just has to be very clearly defined. I don't think it can just be like, here you go do something. It has to be very, very carefully defined and attached to a project that you can tie to restoration of the economy, would be my guess. There are probably resources at GMA that can answer that question better than I can, and I can find those for you if needed.
Yes, because there's actually trainings on that GMA is actually implementing on webinars on what is eligible uses for ARPA funds. So I've attended those, so I know. Do we have any more questions for Sadie? Okay. Any more discussion, Mayor and City Council?
Just that, would it be possible for us to get a copy of that PowerPoint?
Yes, what I'll do is I'll save it as a PDF, and then I will email it back to the same email address that was sending me all the information for this. And then, I mean, I'm happy to be a resource any way I can. So as you get into this and you get more specifics, I mean, please reach out again, because I think that's when the questions get more clarity, is when you're like, we know what we want to have. We want this to happen right here. How do we do that? And would love to help. Yes, that's really good. Would you also like some examples of bylaws? Do you want me to go ahead and include that as well?
Yeah, great. That would be great. But what is the correct pronunciation of your last name?
Very important question.
I always ask that. What?
It's Krozik is what we say.
Krozik.
But that's actually not the correct pronunciation. I think it's more like Krofchik. And now, as we're becoming a more international world, people say it correctly. And then I have to go, well, do I correct it to the wrong pronunciation that I married into it? So I answer to any version of Sadie K is usually what I'm called.
But Krozik is the way you pronounce it, right?
Yes.
We're going to go with your pronunciation.
And his father. So we'll go with that.
It took me a long time after moving here to refer to Ponce as Ponce de Leon because I moved here from San Diego, which would absolutely not be pronounced that way there. But this is not San Diego and you pronounce it like the natives. So if you want to say Krozik right or wrong, it's right.
Great.
Thank
Love
you.
it. We like it. Thank you.
Well, thank you all so much for having me, and I'll follow up with that email. And like I said, anything else I can do to help, please let me know.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sadie, again. And the reason again for our working retreat is so that we can continue the work to make the city of Clarkston great. And that's providing you all with information that is pertinent to create those options and services for not only for our residents, but for our business owners as well. So since we have a few more minutes before we go into a 2:15 break, I thought that it will be a good idea to go ahead and let our municipal court go ahead and give their mission so we can continue to move forward with establishing our mission, vision, and goals for the city of Clarkston.
Okay, good afternoon. Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Okay. So our the mission statement for the City of Clarkston Municipal Court is to serve the public consistently, impartially, and independently to protect the rights and liberties of all citizens. The court is committed to excellence, integrity, fostering public trust, fairness, and respect. One of my goals is to strengthen and expand the court's language access services. I know this is discussed several times in council meetings, but this is one of my goals, so that presently our court waiver is only in the English language. And what I would like to do is to use the three most frequent language that are used in court, which is Nepali, Swahili, and Burmese, to translate those, to translate the waiver. Oh, to translate those three languages so that we can strengthen the public trust, especially in those areas of our defendant that comes into court, so at least they could read their waiver in their own language and be more confident in what they read. So our goal to do that is to get that completed by our April court, and then the rest of the languages, then we could go ahead and do that like to the end of the year, because we have several other languages, which is Amharic, Spanish, Arabic, Rohingya, Vietnamese, Kinyarwanda, etc. My second goal is to do a case resolution through the amnesty program. Actually, presently we have 632 outstanding failure to appear warrants on the GCIC system. So we are trying to do an amnesty program so that all defendants, they could come in and maybe pay the citation. We would withdraw their warrants. We would not have them arrested. We would dismiss the charge. So the judge and I, we are talking about that. So my goal is to have my goal is to mail out all letters to defendants who want to place notices on the court facility door. And then we also want to put it on the city's website, and we are trying to also put it on the radio to have it announced. Our goal is to start that program from May 1st through August 30th. So we could get that going. Okay, so one of my most anticipated goals And I hope we don't take this into a negative light. It's just to move the city of Clarkston in a forward positive direction, is the separation of power between the police department and the municipal court. Presently, I am the clerk of court for the court, and I am also the manager for police records. So here we have to do like 2 audits. I have to conduct an audit also for the police department and audits also for courts. I feel like right now, the building is not secured. We don't feel secure in the building. Anyone can come inside of the building without being scanned. There's not a scanner there. And there's so much stuff that goes on right now. And I feel like it needs to be more secured, because we are in that lobby area and anyone can just walk into the building without being searched or without being detected if having any weapon or anything. So, yes.
Are you talking about the annex?
I'm hoping that I could get that goal accomplished by the ending of 2023-24. So we are trying to see if courts can actually have a separate building or a separate floor, not shared by the police department, because presently we share the same telephone number for courts and police. And I've gotten, we share the same telephone number for police and courts. So we are trying to do a separation there so that the public does not have any conceived biases. So any question at this time?
See Councilwoman Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Can you guys hear me? Thank you. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Okay, you basically stated that you're the court clerk and police records. So are you staffed? I thought you had a position available. Did you fill that position yet?
Actually, no, but I'm in the process of filling that position. Actually, I'm gonna ask the city clerk to have it published on like May 1st, and that is the court clerk position.
Okay, and that will free you up to do the dual responsibility for court, or you feel there's still another position that need to be filled?
I feel like maybe there's still another position to be filled, but not really on my side. I think it would be more on the court, on the police side.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Right.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome. Any
Just
other
for
questions?
Yeah, just for clarity. So, Ms. Jackson, you're saying that you're doing 2 roles, and that really you would want for us you would want to make sure that from a police department, the police department has someone separate. I just want to make sure I'm clear what I'm hearing.
Can you repeat that again, Mayor, please?
So I'm just trying to make sure you were saying you were doing the court responsibility, and then you were doing something for the police department. Was that correct in terms of roles that you were handling?
Yes, that is correct. I am also the records manager for police. So I actually I do all the administrative stuff for police, like do open records, NIBRs, which is the incident-based reporting thing for the police. I do actually everything for the police administratively, away from being a police officer. And I'm also the chief court clerk.
So, and I'm just trying to make sure I'm clear. Am I hearing that you're looking for us to have separation of those 2 departments in terms of what you're doing?
Yes, Mayor. It is a separation. Last year when I did the audit with GBI, they did inform us that courts and police are two separate departments. And I am the tax for police. I'm also the tax for the court.
We'll finish this later.
So I had to conduct two different audits. I had to conduct an audit with them for court, and I had to conduct an audit with them for police as well.
Okay. So again, I'm just trying to make sure I'm clear. It's because it sounds like we need another person to do the work for the police department while you continue to do the work for the court.
That is correct.
Okay.
All right. And Madam Mayor, that is something that we will continue to discuss in-house to make sure if there is a transition, what that transition looks like, and I will report that back to you.
Okay. That's
and the council.
Okay. Thank you. And did Councilwoman Bell, did you have a question? Or that was Councilwoman Hood?
Do you have a question?
I'll wait on the city manager.
Councilwoman Hood.
Yes, can you tell me your concerns about your location? Where are you located specifically?
We are actually in the same building as the police department.
And that's in City Hall. And where is the public access? Because the lower level, my understanding is the lower level entrance to the police department is locked. So
we are at the upper level.
Okay, you are on the upper level of the building. So anybody coming in the upper level of the City Hall is what you're referring to as you don't feel it's secure.
That's correct.
All right, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
If there's no more additional questions at this time, it's 2:08. We can break early and come back at 2:13. So we can get started back on our discussion of the allocation of ARPA funds. Is that good with everyone?
Yes.
2:13. Did you mean 2:28 or something like that? Because we got a 15-minute break.
For a break. But I was trying to get us out early, but if the powers that be said come back.
Okay. No, I was just looking at the agenda.
2:13 works for me.
Yeah.
We can start early.
Yep, that's fine.
Okay.
being part of our meeting. I see you, Mayor Beverly Burks. It seems like you're really excited. Unless you're bending your back to eat your snacks, I want everyone to stay attentive and ready to work.
I'm ready. I'm trying to be healthy too, so thank you.
Yes, we want to make sure that you were healthy. Our next is it 2:30? It is on the dot. The American Rescue Plan Act allocations. This is going to be a very interactive and involved discussion. ARPA allocations. There are 4 categories for allocations. It's the COVID-19 pandemic response. It's to respond to the public health with respect to the coronavirus disease of 2019, or its negative economic impact, including assistance to households, impacts including businesses and nonprofits, or aid to impacted industries such as tourism, travel, and hospitality. Premium pay is to respond to workers performing essential work during the COVID-19 public health emergency, or providing grants to eligible employers that have eligible workers. The economic impact is to respond to the public health emergency, again, with respect to coronavirus disease 2019, or its negative economic impact, again, including assistance to households, small businesses, nonprofits, or aid to impacted industries such as tourism, travel, and hospitality, and disproportionately impacted communities. Categories that fall under addressing the public health emergency and economic impact: education assistance, healthy childhood environments, housing support, and social detriments of health. Madam Mayor, you did receive a checklist for the eligible use categories. Again, it's replacing lost public sector revenue, responding to public health and economic impacts, premium pay, water and sewer and broadband infrastructure. You did receive our current allocation list that we currently have. At the time in the projects that we are currently allocating funds for, from the coronavirus state and local fiscal recovery funds, the American Rescue Plan Act. Those allocations currently include business assistance, include or has included rental assistance, mortgage assistance, utility assistance, COVID-19 rapid test kits, food assistance, payroll, health, communications and marketing, PPE, equipment, technology, a police vehicle, and memorandums of understanding that we have received from nonprofit organizations. So, Madam Mayor and City Council, we're going to start with each council, or you want to have an open discussion on your ideas and thoughts on further programs and allocation of these projects. I know that you all have done your homework, so we're excited to see it. I'm pretty sure the community is excited to see what our next thoughts are as far as allocation is concerned. And I see that Councilwoman Bell, she has her hand up. She's excited. She's ready to go first.
Thank you.
Okay. I didn't know we were doing that way, but okay. Go ahead.
You said raise your hand.
Go ahead.
I just raised mine.
Go ahead. It's
okay.
fine. I'm just listening.
Okay, cool. So I have of course I have ideas. Everybody knows that. I want to start with the expansion of broadband throughout the city, especially due to COVID and students being at home and more individuals becoming caregivers as well as working from home, but don't have the resource or the access, quite frankly, especially a lot of the students that I've spoken to have like sustainable internet. And so we already have internet as a city of Clarkston. Our boundaries are not that far. I think it would be a great use of ARPA funds. In addition to that, we have Empower Clarkston, which was a sustainability program that basically helped renters as well as homeowners with updates to their homes that will reduce their energy and utility bills. And so the first iteration of this program a couple of years ago, we didn't put as a city. When I say we, I mean the city didn't invest anything. Oh. Oh, okay. So Susan is indicating in the chat box there's background noise. So if anybody can mute themselves, then she can hear me better, I suppose. And then I'll start back over. Sorry, Susan. I'm trying to fix it. Can you hear me better now? Okay.
Could you briefly go over what you said before? I really could not pick up very much of that.
Got it. Will do. So I started, Susan, with the expanding broadband access and internet access throughout the city, predominantly because students are at home. A lot of them were working school at home due to COVID, and their families didn't have the resources, and it was a hardship on them to have internet and quality internet so they could do work. In addition to that, we know that due to COVID, a lot of members of our community have become caretakers of disabled or elder family members. And so actually, you know, doing appointments and things like that were additional fees that maybe they weren't paying or they were going to the library and use. So I think expanding of our city, internet will be super helpful, especially because we already have internet in the center of the city, but it doesn't reach the outskirts, but our boundaries aren't too far, right? And so the second thing that I wanted to bring up is the sustainability program was called Empower Clarkston. So it was a program held for Clarkston homeowners and renters. However, we didn't, as a city, put any money into it the first go around. It was just a collaborative of nonprofits. And so they had a backlog of homes and apartment complexes that they weren't able to help. And so the whole, just to be brief, the whole purpose of the program was to reduce energy and utility bills for residents by making changes or fixing things in the home that will reduce those bills, because we also know we want to ensure that people can live appropriately and not reach any hardship due to just, you know, being home more, so they're utilizing more energy, more utilities, right? And then my third thing, because I have a list, is I think we need to start thinking about the investment of collecting data now for racial inequalities that we have in our city. As we promote it as a welcoming city, we want to make sure, and on the campaign trail, I'm sure I am not by myself when I say this, but a lot of folks felt like, you know, our processes, our systems were not equitable across the board. And I think it would be great for us to collect some data so then we could push some policies or initiatives. And I'll stop there, but I have more ideas, but I want to leave space for others.
I think it was Mayor Beverly Burks was next.
No, Councilwoman Johnson was next, and then me.
Oh, that's so graceful. Thank you. Go ahead.
Y'all are going to step over me. No, I'm joking. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Can y'all hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
I just wanted to basically say that I still would like to continue servicing the city of Clarkston and neighboring areas. Thank you, Madam Mayor, for your data research on the food drives. We are impacting Clarkston, but we're also assisting some of our neighbors as well. But I would like the council to consider allocating more funds to food distribution as well as community development, and to collaborate on what Councilwoman Bell spoke on, which is Empower Clarkston. I would love to incorporate that into the weatherization piece, because we can get together. We're already going to help weatherize. So with that being said, it could assist with lowering those power bills or energy bills. So that would be a great collaboration. And seeing that we're on the same committee, that would be great. And that's all I have today. I can't hear anyone though.
Can you hear me? Okay.
Can
Okay.
you,
So
Mayor?
okay. Thank you. So I have a couple of things. I'll try to be quick and get as many in as possible. What I want to make sure we consider doing is creating a diversity and equity department. And that department would be responsible in terms of addressing and dealing with all the things that we were saying with translation, and having an equity officer who would then be working within that department. It can be split where we have it funded with that additional money that we have from the general budget and utilizing the additional funds in ARPA to handle the translation services in that position. Then the other piece that I want us to consider is creating a neighborhood job trust fund in which we would use that money to do educational and support for English language learners, doing the retraining, and then using that trust fund also for our partnerships to do the workforce development in that component. And from a health perspective, again, as Councilwoman Bell talked about in terms of metrics, but creating a dashboard and using our partnerships that we have with Georgia State to make sure that we are looking at where we are from a health perspective and helping with the activity that we have with the Health for All to address the issues of where our community, many people who were not getting primary care, to make sure that we are assisting with that as a result of COVID, and to partner with our clinics to make sure that we are providing that support for our unserved community. To look from an infrastructure piece, to use some of the funding to address our parks and stormwaters, and to consider using some of the funds to do what we were talking about in terms of additional bike lanes, if at all possible. From the police department, looking at that additional resource that I talked about earlier, to make sure that those activities where we were saying for our kids and some of the other community initiatives, that person would be able to handle that role. And then also considering under housing, the possibility of us having someone to or coordinating with one of the nonprofits to do some of that legal services and mediation for people who are facing evictions and other issues related to COVID, and some of the issues with them having the inability to handle what's going on with their housing situation. And then also, just from a quick one, is as we talked about the broadband, making sure that either we create that digital equity department or have that under the diversity and equity department. And why I say to have a funded department, if we have that funded department, then we can secure additional federal funding through grants so that we can expand the scope of work that we wanted to do within the community. So that's just my quick list. As well as the grant person. I know I know Ms. Calwick kind of talked about doing the grant administrator, and Councilwoman Bell wanted to also put that on the agenda. So just making sure that we make note of those additional resources through the funding to handle some of these issues, because as we continue to do some of this development, we can be mindful of the millage rate and then make sure that we can allocate the appropriate funding in the general fund once we've used up our ARPA funding. That's pretty much it right now.
Councilman Carroll?
Yeah,
or
so
Marcy, did you have Go ahead.
Okay. I agree with pretty much most of what I've heard so far. So I would like to do the weatherization, the food programs, the grant person, the broadband, a lot of things we've talked about. Just two quick things I'll bring up. First, if I'm reading the chart correctly, I think we're down to $797 in the gift card for vaccine program. So if that's right, I think that should be refilled, because I think we still need, there's still a substantial percentage of our community that hasn't been vaccinated. I think we need to still incentivize them to get vaccinated with the gift cards. So I think it's been a success so far. I would like to increase that amount again. And then the other thing I would just say is that out of the business program, it's been better in 2022. I think 33,000 has been spent after just 5,000 being spent in all of 2021, but there's still 111,000 left. So I think we may want to think more creatively about how we can use the business grant program to encourage our businesses to make health improvements around Clarkston. just because I feel like that may be one of the more underutilized programs that we funded so far. That's all I have.
5 programs. Good job. Councilwoman Bell. Okay, so I had a few and I didn't say them, so I'm going to say them now. So I think that we should also, we haven't invested our funds as a city back into Welcome America. We know what a surplus of refugees that we're having in the cities. I've talked to a lot of the nonprofit agencies that are serving them, that we need to know best practices and what are other cities doing in order to engage them, to ensure that they're receiving adequate services within our city. The other thing I want to mention here is that we have some dilapidated homes, not a lot, but a few of them. But I think with ARPA funds, based off of the conversation that I've had with Warnock's office, as well as reading it on my own, we have the ability, and correct me if I'm wrong, to buy and to renovate those homes and have a low income housing option or a program for that. The other thing I want to say is that, yes, we do need a grant person internally, but we also need to use some of those funds for an auditor for all of these ARPA funds that we have now, because we have, we don't have a lot of staff, they're doing multiple roles. And so to my point of what I put on the agenda, it was to audit these funds, because we are going to have to be audited. And so somebody needs to be managing them and making sure that there's a report out, because I'm sure that through every audit, there's a report that's used. The other thing is, I think that we need to use some of these funds for our downtown corridor to create some consistency of the look and the appeal, as we kind of talked to today, mission, vision, logo, branding, all those things. But like all our buildings need to definitely invest some money to make it look consistent, but have their flair inside of it as like a marketing staple. The other thing is we need space. That's come up several times today from different colleagues and internal staff around just the need for space. And so I know that we definitely need to invest in that. I think also we can work in partnership with another nonprofit, but we need some housing navigators. And what I mean by that is that previously this year, I put on the agenda about unhoused individuals. And yes, we may only have a few now, but we don't want that to increase over time and not have anybody, because we, as my council colleagues mentioned, we don't have the capacity as a city to make that an internal service that we provide. And so we need a staffer that's going to help assist that in partnership with those nonprofits. In addition to that, we also, I think it would be a great idea to talk to some students that said they want to go to school. We have 2 schools in our city. And when I say schools, I mean University of Technical College, Georgia Piedmont, and Georgia State. And so I think it would be a lovely idea for us as a council to also invest in our future if we want to keep them here so they can work, play, and live as a mission and the vision and mission statement. And so offering some type of scholarship program to keep them here so that they won't go to other universities, because we already have that asset in our community. And then last and final thing, I mentioned this in my public comment, my pulley pulpit, my comments in the work in the meeting about the Guaranteed Income Program. This is a nationwide program. I can send all of y'all the link to it. However, this provides supplemental support for residents that meet certain criteria, eligibility requirements for small things, transportation, ability to go to the dental office, or the ability to travel to see if I have COVID, or to get medicine that I don't have, to pay small things like that to keep them here, but also to help people that are really dealing with a hardship right now due to loss of wages, because maybe, there was some reduction there or reduction in hours. We don't know. As a city, we're supposed to provide a great quality of life, and that's one program that I think we can definitely implement that will fill in that need. And now I'll be quiet. Thank you.
Councilwoman Hood.
Yes, thank you. A couple of things. First of all, I would like to, at some point, hear from the staff to see if any of this funding is needed to cover costs, exceptional costs to the city or loss of revenue, so that we could address that issue. As for the spreadsheet about our what has been approved so far, I'm not sure if the $100,000, which for income replacement, I think, did we vote on that last time? If it's on there, I didn't find it. It could be my problem. And then I know that we have 40,000 sort of intended to go toward a fresh harvest, and I didn't see that either. So just to, I'm not sure how they would be depicted on this, but I think from the standpoint of our remaining available funds that those two things would affect it. I will reiterate something that I think other people have sort of been talking about, and that is that we may need, at least on a temporary basis, to hire somebody to administer all of these wonderful programs that we're coming up with, because that's probably going to overwhelm our staff. That could also be on a contract basis, and then that would help us also focus on the inevitable audit and reporting that we would have to do. One of the things I think might be affecting the amount of money that we've been able to get out into our community is perhaps we need to focus on getting the word out more about this. I'm noticing the mortgage assistance, and that does not seem to have been used very much. But, you know, we're still at a point in the development of our digital technology-driven worldview that a lot of people still just rely on snail mail or something in writing. So I would hope that we could use some of our funding to support distribution of more information about the programs that we're offering. Because not everybody's online, not everybody will know about this. I think our rental response for rental assistance is greater because a lot of this went through the big apartment complexes, and they would be familiar with it and let their people know. One of the things I think I would say from the standpoint of programming, reinforcing the idea of job training, because I think that's important to assist a lot of our community who have entry-level jobs, and the only way they're going to be able to move up and become more financially stable is with the ability to get training to get a better job. Translation has been mentioned. I don't know if there's some possibility of using any of these funds to for increasing our security, especially in partnership with apartments. And then I know we talked earlier a little bit about emergency management program and whether that is something that we need to put on the list. Thank you very much.
Yes, and before we move forward, Susan, Councilwoman Hood, I just wanted to make notion that you were correct for the $40,000 MOU allocation for a nonprofit, and the $100,000 that was allocated for the COVID quarantine assistance, along with the calisthenic equipment that came from Vice Mayor Iyasu for new equipment and for upgrades. So we are aware internally of those projects. We're just waiting for the funding, for the equipment and everything else to be ordered. But those are actually allocated projects as well. Councilwoman Hopkins.
Excuse me, Ms. Cowie, are they accounted? Are those expenditures accounted in the available balance? Total still available to be spent, the $844,000. Is that net of those costs?
I don't think this is the most current allocations that we received from our finance department as of today. So those, if they're not listed on this spreadsheet, then those allocation amounts have not been included. Fresh Harvest is, the MOU for Fresh Harvest is on here.
That list has not been updated since November. We've been getting the same report since January meeting. I've been noticing that all the expenses we said for the calisthenic equipment, for the $40,000 for the fresh food harvesting, that has never been on the list.
I did actually just find that. It's under technology.
Yeah, these individual MOUs are listed on here. So it has been updated since November.
Okay, I see the Fresh Harvest, $40,000. What about the $100,000 for income replacement?
That's the COVID quarantine assistance?
Yes.
Yes, those numbers have not been on this number. So we know that that's $100,000 for the COVID quarantine assistance and the $25,000 for the calisthenic equipment, which is just not fully calisthenic equipment. It is $13,000 and $12,000 for upgrades.
So we should reduce the $844,000 available to be spent by $100,000 and by $25,000. Am I correct?
That sounds correct. Yeah, during this working meeting, that is correct for now, but you will have the available numbers before our next work session.
Thank you.
Step in for a quick second, Ms. Cowie. Can you let us know the total number that we're supposed to have? And then just the amount, like for that second round of funding. And then that way we can kind of have a better picture of where we are financially.
I'm letting Mr. Dept know because he had this allocation before.
Okay.
So he's going to go through the numbers with me. Dan. Okay.
Yes, this is Dan. What was the question?
Dan, can you let us know
the current allocation amount? I'm sorry, Mayor Burke.
I'm sorry, what was the question?
So what I wanted you to do was say, for example, total amount that the city of Clarkston will receive from ARPA funding is X. And we've received our first installment, of which we have X amount left. And then for the second installment, we will have X amount, if you don't mind, or anything else related.
The only installment I'm aware of is what's on here, the $2,359,557.50.
Funding, we were supposed to get two sets of funding, because from a city perspective, we were supposed to have, I think, a total amount of $4 million. And so for 2021, that $2 million was the initial installment. And then
I've kind of heard that, but I haven't seen any documentation on it. I'll have to research it.
I'll get that for you real quick. Don't worry about it, Mr. Dept. Don't worry about it.
Councilman Yelsey, Vice Mayor, I'm sorry.
Thank you. I've heard so many ideas that were already explored in the previous years, which did not, unfortunately, result in any effective execution, especially the workforce development. I mean, we already know we already know the challenge. We know it is big. But the problem is, we can't throw money at it. It's not something that is really easy to fix. But this is definitely something that has happened, not just in Clarkston, but everywhere because of the pandemic. And we should know that the overall workforce is changing. I mean, a lot of things I'm pretty sure is going to evolve. And as we already know, a lot of our our residents who work on this chicken factories and this minimum wage jobs are soon going to be out of jobs because this is going to be mechanized. This is soon going to be done by robots and machines. And we're going to have residents who don't have jobs, obviously, and who will not be able to find jobs. So we definitely have to be proactive and have something in terms of developing workforce development. I don't have the solution. Personally, I wish I did, but this is really something we definitely need to allocate some funding. I heard some ideas. It could include some funding for helping students go to college or community college, or it could be technical college. I'm not sure what it could be, but any way where we can either retool our existing workforce, plus the new coming workforce can also be trained on some jobs that actually would not be easily removed by automation. The second issue we also know we tried to solve was the internet connectivity, and the previous management could not do it. So we already allocated money for it, I remember, but I don't think anything was done. I mean, this challenge, especially when it comes to workforce development and internet connectivity, we know this exists, but this was not fixed. We even talked about installing Wi-Fi routers in the apartment complexes, but I'm not sure what happened to that project. I don't think it went anywhere. We even allocated $50,000, I remember, from the previous funding that we received from the federal government. So I think there are a lot of good ideas I hear, but the problem is the ideas are very hard to fix. But I hear is some challenge, but this is going to be, the problem is going to be how to fix them. We had so long discussion about a very narrow thing that we did last week, and I'm pretty sure, including the things like the weatherization, we already it was already put in the agenda, and we supposed to come to go to a committee, and the committee is supposed to come up with some idea. So I think some of this stuff already have been said. We already know this challenge exists. So I think to come out of this meeting, have something productive, it would be great if we could say, you know what, let's prioritize on this already things that already were passed instead of trying to find some new ideas. But I'm personally open for new ideas as well. But I think we already have certain programs or challenge that we identified that has not been implemented. And I think it will be great of our time to focus on those first. Thank you.
If you don't mind, City Manager Cowie, can I say something right now about? Okay. So, and I hear you, Vice Mayor Yasu. I know you had some activities and things from the previous money that we got from the county, right? So I want us to do a couple of things. We have a lot of new people. We have new in terms of leadership and making sure we get things executed. So I want to give the opportunity and grace for them to have the ability to work on this and be able to do this. So with acknowledging what didn't happen, but the opportunity to make it happen. And so we, from the leadership, need to be accountable with dates and deadlines and coordinating all of this with the staff to do this. But I also want to make sure that part of what we were doing was to say what we wanted, right? We putting it all out there. And then we have to do it like a funnel and figure out how from there, what we can do, what we can't do. And that's one of the things that, if you notice, a lot of the ideas also accompanied a person to be able to do it, because our staff has enough work to do with what they're supposed to do on a daily basis without the extra things that we are having, without the accommodating staff to do it. So one of the things that I always want to make sure is, if we say we want to do stuff, we have to be mindful of what's on the task of our staff today, and to figure out a way to make sure we get the resources to do these things, particularly with ARPA. So please, I hope that we give them grace to be able to do these things, and we give them the support and resources to do it, and allow us to make sure, in terms of the follow-up on our end, to do the deadlines, that we do that as well, but allow them to do it.
Well, thank you, Madam Mayor. That goes into why we are here to do a working retreat. We all are here for a platform for discussion. It's establishing those guidelines and establishing those policies and those processes so that we can move forward and not feel like, we are stagnant in issues that we need to solve. Until we know that there is an issue, we don't know how to mediate or solve it. And that's why we're here. Establishing those guidelines, just like you said earlier, with going to committee to actually discuss these issues, and of course the funding amounts. That's a guideline. That's a policy. That's a process, and that helps us internally to make sure that these projects will manifest themselves. We're here again to assist you to do your best work, and we can only do that when we have a comprehensive understanding of what we need to do to make that happen, not only for you, as our leadership as well, but for the community. They look for us as well for guidance. So thank you for that. And some of the projects that we do have here are manifesting themselves. Not only do we get those ideas from Mayor and City Council, we get ideas from the community as well. And our efforts are to make sure that we present them to you, so you can also hear the community, from our standpoint, and from, I believe, the conversations that you may have with, the community as well. So we hear some of these projects, and we're understanding, we're doing our research. You may not be able to see it, but we're here to make sure that you guys shine as well. And behind the scenes, we're doing the work. So this is another platform for us to hear, and for the community to hear as well, that we are doing, the work of the community. So we very much appreciate, all that support us in our limited employees right now, but not in our capabilities.
So Ms. Cal, from a city perspective, we also want to hear from you, what you see that you need, because while we have come up with some of these wonderful ideas and implementation of projects, we need to know what you need with boots on the ground, so that we can make sure, if we do this from a priority list, going to committees maybe, and then coming back with that work and the funding and everything else. So can you kind of let us know, and then next steps from here?
Oh, yes, of course. From internally, we see that we want to move away from the contact that we have with our public as far as paper is concerned. We love to see your faces, but we want to make sure that we provide those services for you so we can get you a better return. Being able to submit online applications, I think Vice Mayor Yasu made it a strong point when he wanted to make sure that his COVID quarantine assistance applications and the supporting documents was information that we can submit online. We want to make sure that we have that process in our open records request, as our city clerk will go into detail about her mission and goals for the city clerk's office. Open records requests, we need software. Police need software to make sure that they can be more efficient in the jobs and the investigations that they do in their department. We have software that we need to make sure that we not only gain information, but provide information to the public. So it's softwares and equipment and messaging that we're looking for internally, because we know that we have limited staff. So we are trying to make ways, if we can't hire an employee, if there's a software or an equipment that will be able to help us. We have a whole list. We have a whole list of city equipment, software, laptops, signage. Again, it's an open records request software that we're going to install, make sure that our public is well informed and get instant on-time information. That's software. That's equipment. And of course, it goes with broadband. Having effective broadband so they can receive that information on real time. I see that Councilwoman Hopkins' hand is up. I didn't want to keep talking without answering her question.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. I was with what we went over this morning with the digital company redoing our website. We'll just put it that way. I can't remember their name, but how hard would it be? I mean, we've allocated this money and we know that a lot of places that qualify have not, or folks that qualify have not taken advantage of that opportunity. And it might seem counterintuitive to say, please come get money, let me pay some bills, let me give you some money. But we are, as we all know, we are not allocating this money because we don't want it to be used. If a person qualifies, we absolutely want them to use it. So how hard would it be to put like a big button either in the top row or on that just says like COVID and a $, like come get your COVID money here. And they get, seriously, like something that will catch your attention regardless of your language, that will jump out and list all of the programs, and to have that manually go down to translation station or whoever and have it manually translated. One thing I have learned working through the School of Medicine, now all of those students are required to get certified if they are to intercede between a doctor and a patient in their native language. They have to be certified for medical translations. Before, it's like, well, if you were born there and raised there and you speak the language and the doctor doesn't, you can just jump in and assist the doctor. So their certification involves like a 30-minute interview over the phone in that language. And so far, I think like 5% of the students have passed. And this is students born and raised in that country getting MD degrees. So they've already done an undergraduate degree. They are fluent in English and that language. Translations are so much more difficult than it seems. We always just want to like grab somebody off the street and go, oh, that's your language, jump in. And mechanical translations like Google, I mean, we've all seen really bizarre stuff come out of that. So translation station, whatever, expensive, but I see we did not allocate that much money for translations to start with, and most of it's still there. So if we could get that stuff properly translated, get it front and center on the website, so all of this money that we are allocating will actually get used, and will get used in whatever language people speak. I've also noticed when I originally wrote, which we never did go around getting translated, but I wrote a flyer on COVID, had it checked by 4 doctors, but we sent it to translation station. They said it would be like $5,000. So we didn't do it. But before we sent it there, I called the IRC to see the 7 most common languages of the people that they had relocated to Clarkston. And they are not necessarily in alignment with, now Councilwoman Bell had proposed something last week for translations that were in different languages. And then I just heard from the city clerk, and some of the languages are the same and some aren't. So do we have like definitive data on the most common languages in Clarkston? Because perhaps IRC was relocating people at a different point in time than, say, Catholic Charities or other groups. And based on the year when they're relocating people, it's going to be different language groups. So what kind of data, or do we have definitive data on? I mean, people keep saying we speak 60 languages here, and I'm wondering who counted and how. I just think that might be a random number. 80% of all internet statistics are made up on the spot, you know, so I don't know.
That's a great question, Councilwoman Hopkins, because we actually have data, because we had a partnership. It was before me that we are honoring that we had with Georgia State, that actually went door to door with the different languages and obtained that data. And you will see the results of that information at our next work session, because I've asked Mary Helen O'Connor, Dr. O'Connor, to present that information to us. So of course, with ARPA funds, we need data. It's just not about presenting the dollars, as you said, Councilwoman Hopkins. You got to push that button, but we need a accountability of those funds as well, which means that we need data. So she has some data as far as translation services is concerned, and the languages. So thanks for that, for putting that as that top button back as priority. But they were. Again, I was asking her to come to the actual March the 29th work session to present those findings to you and the team.
Fantastic. That's wonderful. I'm glad to hear that, because, yeah, we definitely want to make them available. And then I had a question as well for Mayor Burks on something you had said earlier about creating a department for diversity. Sorry, pop quiz right now. So, well, my question is this, so far as how that like knits in with the ARPA funds, because I'm guessing that you're talking about a department that will continue on beyond. Does that actually qualify for ARPA funds? I mean, yeah.
So that's why if you notice what I said was it was a twofer. So part of it was we still have that money from the general fund that we have not allocated. So using some of those funds from the general fund.
Okay.
Then also using the ARPA funds to address having someone to be in that role. And then utilizing the funding for additional things such as the translation services and other things. And then that way, by having a department that is funded, it helps us to be able to go out and get additional federal funding and grants. And so if we work on this, because we can spend the money, and correct me if I'm wrong, City Manager Cowie, until 2026, is that?
Yes.
Okay, yes. So that gives us ample time to be able to have it totally funded before all of our funds have to be used up.
So what would you recommend when you say a department of how much, like hire a full-time department head, how much like FTE, full-time equivalents, or how much staff are you talking about?
Probably just one person to start off, and that person can ramp up as we're doing this. So they may not have to be full-time. But as we're expanding, I'm not, when I say a department, I'm not saying like 2.5 FTEs.
Okay.
No, I'm not.
I had a diversity equity officer.
Right.
Okay.
Because, one of the other things, I'll just be blunt, when it comes to when people ask, what is your city doing in terms of welcoming and bringing in refugees? What is the city, from an allocation of departments and everything? We don't really have that in place. And so that's something that we definitely need to put in place. So a lot of the things that we've all kind of mentioned would be in that department, especially dealing with our refugees and making it a welcoming, especially dealing with translation, that interaction between us and the Refugee Resettlement Agency. We still have the city manager who would be the director of all of this, but you have someone to be that focal point.
I would also like to point out, I don't know if it's an opportunity or an additional group to think about, but we do have the School for the Deaf here. And I have just recently learned, although I haven't used it, that if you are using a PowerPoint in a Zoom meeting, there is a PowerPoint function that you can have it automatically turn on, like captioning underneath. And everything that is said while that PowerPoint is being presented will be captioned at the bottom. So that could be for our non-hearing folks that, we need to think about including as well. I'm assuming there has to be some in the area since we do have the school here. I don't know how many, but something to think about, just little things we can do to be more inclusive. I've only just heard about that recently. So
no, I forgot to introduce myself for those who are visually impaired that can actually hear the discussion. You describe yourself and what you have on so they can incorporate themselves in the conversation as well by visualizing who is actually speaking. Is there any more discussion? These are great ideas.
Well, I think next steps, which everybody's just waiting to chomp on, is next as far as where do we go from here?
Well, where we go from here, actually, we need actual funding amounts associated with these great ideas. And the way that we start that, again, is putting your hands in the weeds, as they would say, and getting down to the planning, as Councilwoman Hood says, that you actually get into the planning. So if we have to bring these particular projects back to committee so we can get funding amounts, we need amounts. These were great ideas, but you never gave us any amounts attached to them. So it was like diversity equity officer, comma.
I can give you amount. You want amounts? I can give you amounts now. I was just trying to be nice and not blow the whole thing. But if you want the amounts. So the other question I had is with like Friendship Forest and our nature preserves and some of those other things, where can we also include some of that funding for that as well? Just to make sure in terms of dealing with 40 Oaks and even the consideration of where there are pockets of areas that we create pocket parks or, places, especially on the northern side and the other side of, as they like to say, on the other side of the tracks, that we can have something for the kids and for people just to, to be able to have something in their neighborhood. We shouldn't have to walk too far, even though we're a walkable community, but it's always nice to have something in your own neighborhood. And I don't know. And then can you?
Oh, go ahead, Mayor.
I was going to ask you, that where they closed off Brockett, that road on Brockett next to Brockett Pub, that little area.
The street that actually goes behind Brockett Pub that goes to the town.
Is that who owns that piece, that little area where the little cul-de-sac is?
That's funny that you say that, because when they closed, That Brockett Road is, yes. The mayor asked who owns that. No, we know it's Brockett Road. She just wants to know who owns it. And I think it's our understanding that that little triangle piece was cut off for that to not have access off of Brockett Road, Madam Mayor, because Brockett Road is Brockett Road and there was an entrance off of that side road. It is our understanding that City of Clarkston does own that local road. We, I think about 2 years ago, we were in conversations with DeKalb County about the naming of the road and who had access, as you know, as far as fire is concerned. So I think that is our road, but let me clarify that for you.
Because that would be a great place to have another pocket park up there. If that's something where we own it.
Okay.
As a thought.
And we also know that we have a development that is coming into our town center area, and the developer is going to donate a few, less than an acre to the city for a pocket park as well. So we have other opportunities as well, but ARPA funds can be used for the impacts on neighborhoods and communities. So if you're looking for, remedies for health outcomes, just like you said, that's how we got the calisthenic equipment that Vice Mayor Iyasu did discuss to make us for the public health emergency. But the improvement to vacant and abandoned properties, including like rehabilitation or maintenance, renovation, and removal of environmental contaminants, it has to be a complete conversion to like affordable housing. It has to be that property that's used for, if we use it and use ARPA funds for it, it has to be for affordable housing projects. So it depends again, our prior discussions is, relates to 40 Oaks, is what exactly we wanted to do with the property after the assessment. Because you were specifically looking, and I remember the committee was specifically looking for a company that does an architectural company that does historic restoration. Am I correct, Councilwoman Hopkins?
Yes, just to do the estimate, and I think I do have a name of a firm that does exactly that does estimates of historic preservations. They don't actually do the preservations themselves. I don't have it with me. Actually, a resident threw it up on Nextdoor. But they do historic preservation assessments. And I will find it and send that to you.
Wonderful. So again, as a follow-up to you, Madam Mayor, our next steps are to attach funding amounts to these wonderful ideas, and for us as a staff to make sure that what we allocate is acceptable, eligible uses according to ARPA. What we've heard so far, they are. So it's up to you and your team, the mayor and city council, how much we plan on allocating through this planning process to implementation for our community.
I want to thank the council for being creative and coming up with ideas that I think will be beneficial to the city. So thank you for taking the time to investigate and do things that will benefit our residents as well as our staff. So kudos to you, and we appreciate that. But it also sounds like now that we know who our chairs are, that we need to really ramp up those committees, because I know that we have a couple of things like addressing rental and some of the workforce for things that we're supposed to report progress on. So I'm looking forward to our committees being live and activated and doing all of this work. And if we can, from a deadline, if you don't already have the numbers, would you please make sure to give that to Ms. Cowie by, would Wednesday work for you? No later than Wednesday.
Yes, if we want to have those discussion at our March 29th work session. if you want the public to have a part of that discussion. We want to make sure that we have that information for them.
And I'm trying to find that original note that I had with the amounts, because I know originally in terms of our ARPA funding, we were supposed to get $3,981,472.80. But for some reason we had an increase and it was 4 million. So I'm trying to find that exact note to forward to you and Mr. Defno.
I do think we're getting a lot of really great new ideas, but I do think if things like the rental assistance is a one-time thing only, we also need to go back and put some more on that, because people are still getting COVID, people obviously still getting sick, and still missing out on income and having to pay rent. That's not a risk or hazard for our residents that's gone away. And the food drives, we need to continue that as well. Make sure that we are still funding those things that we have been funding and still have those opportunities for people who maybe were not sick and were not impacted, you know, in 2020, but were or are now.
I would agree with that, because I think we know that some programs certainly work. We know the food program works. We know rental assistance works. We know the vaccine gift card works. So it's easier, I think, to just plug money into that than starting new things from scratch. Not saying we shouldn't start new things from scratch, because a lot of them are good ideas. But I think we can just plug the money into the programs that are already working quickly. And then it may take a little bit longer to start something new from scratch down the road.
I do also have a question about what was referred to about the Wi-Fi in the apartment buildings, because I believe Roberta Malavindo was working with that for the early childhood learning or something. Was there actually something done on that? Because I kind of feel like there was, and I feel like we did allocate some money for that. Or does anyone remember?
I don't have the details on, Councilwoman Hopkins. I'm trying to see if anyone else has additional information on it.
Yeah, that money was for the committee, the Early Childhood Learning Committee. We did allocate some money for that. We haven't allocated money for broadband, but I know that two of the members, the two council members of the committee, Vice Mayor Ossio and I, are having a meeting with Roberta, I think next week, to talk about if there's going to be a proposal for broadband as well.
Okay.
Right.
Yeah, she was talking about individual buildings within the apartments, and I hate to say this because somebody's going to have to head this up. I know Robin Gomez had said, and he he is right, that the companies that the internet providers do not like the idea when somebody just like Wi-Fi's a whole district, like they did in Buckhead, and Emory is that way, even though it's like miles across. But it can be done. It ideally we could do that, but it would take some working and some very savvy tech people, because we can't just call up Comcast or AT&T and say, hey, can you do this? Because they're going to say no. But we do know it can be done. And ideally, we're such a small town, we can do this, but we would have to find some experts there as well.
And if I'm not mistaken, Councilman Carroll, I think Roberta did a pilot with an apartment complex. I think one of the apartment complexes wasn't in the city of Clarkston, but it was like either Christopher Woods or one of the other ones, where she did some broadband equipment with them, making that available.
I think that's right.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And the other piece, when I was mentioning that neighborhood job trust fund, that would be inclusive of a lot of the things that everyone kind of mentioned. That would take care of things in terms of the educational and financial support for college students. It would take care of remote learning assistance for English language learners, job retraining, and funding for organizations. And so what I'll do too is I'll send out the information on some of these initiatives for you guys. And if it helps, Ms. Cowie, would it help or for you to maybe do kind of like a Google Doc or have some type of form, standardized form for all of us to provide this information to you?
Sure. That will be, and that will be a live working document.
Yes, and I think a Councilwoman Hood had a comment or something that she wanted. I didn't want to neglect.
Yes, I was going to ask a question, but I think it got answered. I want to offer my thanks to the staff for organizing this. You know, so much of our time is taken up dealing with what is immediately in front of us, problems, concerns that come up on a daily basis. The opportunity to have time to plan, to look ahead, to anticipate, especially now when we have one-time opportunity for funding. It really is important to a successful organization to be able to do that. So this has been very valuable to me. I hope other people feel the same. And again, thank you, staff, for doing such a great job organizing this and bringing in speakers, et cetera.
Well, thank you for seeing the vision. It helps us. Thank you.
You're welcome.
We are almost at the finish line, everyone. We have one more discussion we want to talk about. I don't know if you have any more questions. We have a few more minutes, probably about 6-7 minutes. We're going to discuss.
Did Miss Lewis talk about her department, or does any other staff?
Let's do that since we have minutes left. Thank you, Mayor Burt.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. The mission for the city clerk's office is to manage and preserve the official records of the city, to assist the public in assessing sufficient public documents and accurate information, to support the needs and requirements of city council, to administer the city elections efficiently, provide sound human resource practices, and provide elite customer service. The vision is to develop quality practices for exceptional value to efficiently support citizens, the mayor, city council, and colleagues, maintain excellence in records management, enhance the human resources employment process, grow into modern technology that will allow simple public access, and display transparency throughout the city. A couple of goals I would like to share. The first is becoming a paper-light office. I say paper-light because we will never become paperless. A lot of us still like to put our hands on paper. So one of my goals is to decrease as much paper as possible in the office by implementing electronic softwares. We have started in January actually scanning documents that come in and also filing the documents accordingly in our network filing system. The second goal is to streamline the human resource duties, the hiring process, updating the employee handbook, and implementing a health and benefits fair. I'd like to begin an onboarding process for new hires, clearly define employment practices and policies, and highlight the importance of good health and well-being to the employees. I'll do this by implementing a digital applicant tracking system, working with GMA to assist the updating employees in the employee handbook, and then meet all current health representatives to gain full knowledge of the plans that we currently have. When it comes to open records requests, right now we are manually handling those requests, which can become confusing. The tracking sometimes is not the best, and so the best way to handle that is to implement a software. Right now we are using Next Request. It's a new software that we implemented. However, we have not pushed that out to the public. That will go live with the new city website once we implement that. With this new software, you'll be able to click a button, submit your request. It will give you a tracking number that will allow the citizens to call in, give a tracking number to allow us to give them the current status of their open records request. They'll also have access to go into the software themselves and view their specific requests and see all the updated information that staff has pushed in, all the updated documents that we have uploaded. Lastly, I would, my last goal would be to further education, experience, and understanding of Georgia laws, including the human resources, including laws for the city clerk's role in the city, in the state of Georgia. By doing this, I will continue to take on trainings, meeting different clerks throughout the state, also meeting with different representatives from other agencies. I'd like to begin doing this in April, the beginning of April, which will be a continuous process for us. If you have any questions, I will be happy to answer them. Well, as you can see, Mayor Burke and City Council members, we are a very dedicated set of team workers for you. Again, we are here to make sure that we assist you in doing your best work, but we also have to make sure that we, with our limited resources as well, that we have what we need to make sure that we can not only provide those services to you, but to our residents and our business owners as well, because we're very involved. We know that we have a very involved community, and we're excited about them, but we want to make sure that we stay consistent. The city manager's office wants to make sure that we stay consistent. Any information that is provided to the public, if it comes from you or to any city council member or to any employees for the city of Clarkston, it is consistent and in all transparency. So that is our immediate goals for the city of Clarkston, and we're excited. Anyone has any additional questions?
I have a question. All of these missions and values, were they just sort of assigned to the department very recently, or have these always been in place for the departments?
These are, I think police may have, theirs may be a little bit, yes, no, not SOPs, mission statements, your values. Yeah. There, of course, theirs is different than what the city's, but I understand your question, Councilwoman. Each department, there was no pinpoint on what the mission, values, and goals were. And in order for the city to move forward for long term, and that is my goal in the office, in the city manager's office, is to make sure that we had a strategic plan. We need to know where we're going, but of course we need to know how that starts, and that begins with us. But if we don't know how to allocate funds for the future or plan or have these discussions, again, this is a working retreat, And we wanted to make sure that we had all the information that we need so that we can plan for not only today, but for our long term.
Mm-hmm. And Ms. Cowie, also to Councilwoman Hopkins, I guess for me, it's like, was this something that all the departments have used over the years? And then this is just something that or is this something that they've done for this particular meeting?
The smile on my face says that this is a strategic planning meeting that I wanted them to provide their individual departmental mission, goals, and values for you today.
So those are new. Okay. Thank you.
I saw your face.
I'm like, I'm not sure I got the answer there or not. I would also like to bring in.
Okay, we want to make sure that you get your answer. Ask to get it again, Councilwoman Hopkins.
I was just wondering if this mission, vision, and values were new or if they have been in place for years. They're new.
They're new for some departments, and they've been in place. Police said theirs have been in place.
Okay. And I would also just like to second what Ms. Lewis was saying about liking paper. Okay, I have like filled up a book, which, you know, this is not very impressive until you realize that she just like dropped off this book at 8:45 this morning. And it's like pretty much.
That means you've been doing the work. But next time I want you to write on the back side of the paper as well, so we can save as much as we need.
Well, I was leaving room for myself to expand on things. I had to, these are not even complete thoughts, but I know I was going to come back. So yes, I will be using both sides, but.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Now we're going to move. Go ahead.
I just said, I love my bag, my little City of Clarkston bag and the notebooks. These are great little notebooks. These are wonderful little notebooks. For those of us who handwrite notes and thoughts and things as they occur to us that
You're
don't
representative of the city, and I just wanted to make sure that you had representation that says where you're from. So our next discussion is annexation. You had annexation. The next discussion is annexation, and we have Mr. Terrell Jacobs from the Georgia Municipal Association with us today to discuss annexation.
Good afternoon. How y'all doing?
Very good.
Good. Pam Helton asked me to provide y'all some insight on annexation, when, where, and why, I guess. I see that y'all have a annexation area. I don't know if that's your current city limits, but maybe something that y'all are looking at. Kind of give y'all my background so that y'all just don't know. I'm just a guy from the street come to talk to y'all about annexation. Touche, right? I work at GMA. I've been there about 4 years. I'm a recovering and retired city manager. Okay. I say that affectionately. Been in local government over 30 years. I've been in several cities across the state. Douglas, Georgia, and Southwest Georgia. Union City, which y'all may know more affectionately. Athens, Clark County as assistant manager there. And Waycross, Georgia as assistant manager there. So I'll really talk about my experience with Union City. Some of y'all may know that we had the, I don't like to call it the land grab, but we sought to annex the majority of South Fulton, excluding what now is the city of South Fulton, Fairburn, Union City, Palmetto, College Park was kind of landlocked and still is. So they really don't have a whole lot of opportunity. But those 3 or 4 cities were trying to move ahead and trying to look at areas that might make sense to being in their corporate limits. So first of all, I just want to do this. I'm going to share my screen just to kind of give you the quick, and y'all may already know this, but you know, we have this in our handbook. Can y'all see my screen?
Not yet.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So looking at my screen here, blow it up so I can scroll down here. You know, annexation's been around for a while here in the state of Georgia. It gives cities,
I'm not sure it's your screen we're looking at, to be honest.
it should say annexation at the bottom. This is our
I
website.
see it. You have to go in view options on the top of your screen and select his name.
Okay. Gotcha.
Got it now? Everybody else see it?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, Mr. J, you can see it.
Okay.
All right. So I'm just going to cover just the basics, a little bit of this. So, you know, obviously we have this in our handbook for for Georgia mayors and council members. So obviously you can defer back this to, it's on our website, good reading. But a lot of times people don't appreciate, you know, Georgia is a property owner's state, give the ability for annexations to be done by the property owner. So, and really we have moved away from what we call spoke annexation, where you would use a highway or roadway or whatever to annex parcels along that route. We no longer, it's against the law to do those types of annexations. So now the process of annexation is threefold. You have 100% method. That's looking at the property owner of the land and the area seeking to be annexed in that regard. And then you have 60% annexation, whereas, and a lot of people get confused with this, it is the petitioners who are representing the property owners, and then also the voters, the electors in that. It is and, it's not or, it's and, okay? So you have to have 60%, at least 60% in the area that are homeowners and electors, voters in that area, okay? And then once they sign that petition, pretty much that annexation process will start. And then you have resolution and referendum in regards to that. Now, obviously, there could be a referendum in that area, and that will hold the day as far as the majority of those individuals wanting to be annexed in relationship to that particular area. So also we have unincorporated islands. There may be some, don't know Clarkston has some or not. Those don't have to have property owners' permission. Based on the service delivery prospectively, those are by state statute able to be annexed without any property owner permission or whatever. So normally we advise the property owner of it because obviously they may not have been aware that their area is an unincorporated island in regards to it. And the last one is the local act of a general citizen. Now this is sometimes political challenge because what state representative or senator, state senator wants to put this forth to put people within a geographic area inside of a city, but it has been used. I had been talking with one of your sister cities, I think it was Lithonia. They have been talking about something of this nature. I don't know if they actually went through it with this legislative session. So obviously those are the processes of annexation. And one of the things I want to share with y'all, what we did in Union City to kind of give you perspective, is you have to have an annexation plan. An annexation plan is developed with in mind and providing the services in that area. Because there is an anticipation by those prospective property owners, if it's developed land, that services will start at some given time beyond that annexation. And so an assessment and analysis on that area and what services can be rendered to those areas, such as i.e. police, fire protection, solid waste, if they don't have it, those types of things that might be beneficial to that area. Now, a lot of times citizens in those unincorporated areas that may be scheduled to be annexed feel a need to say, well, now that I'm annexed in the city, are you going to pave my street, right? So obviously, you have to assess what level now that may be an area that is within the city corporate limits, how that will set on your overall resurfacing or street maintenance program. Because your existing citizens already have a vested interest in the infrastructure and those payments for services, property taxes, so forth and so on. Now, if you do annex a properties within this corporate limits, you won't have the ability to assess those millage rates at that time. It'll be 1 year thereafter. So technically they'll be in that first year without paying any property taxes as far as that. So just to kind of let you know that perspective. Doing the annexation plan is critical. Having staff, sometimes, I don't know if the ARC, I know the one that when we worked on one, the ARC helped in some of that as well. So they do have staff on board that can help with that. Zoning in these areas is critical. You may have to look at that relative to your zoning codes. I don't know if y'all had a unified land development code where everything is incorporated, but you would have to consider that as well. Now, the bigger challenge is once annexation takes place, the process, you have to seek approval from the county. Don't know what y'all relationship with DeKalb County at this time. I know when we did it in Union City in relationship to Fulton County, they had the ability to object. Now, obviously, they have to have a clear reason in regards to zoning or other issues that are germane to the situation. So they just can't object just because they don't want you to do it. They have to have a valid reason. So obviously, whoever y'all seek to do this, once again, have a good plan, have a planner or a community development person work with this in that regard. We had several, I call them dog and pony shows, going out to those prospective area, having a conversation with those individual citizens if they're in those prospective areas of annexation, to make sure you hear the concerns or what be concerning of them to come into the corporate city limits of Clarkston. So it is a thoughtful process, but it is meant to be that way so that the property owner at the end of the day make a conscious decision if you choose the 100% or the 60% method in that regard. So, or if you use the resolution or referendum as well. So those are some things. I'm a yield right now to kind of give you the opportunity to ask any questions from my past experience with all this, and hope that I can answer it. And if I can't, I'll find your answer in that regard. So it looked like on the map that y'all have either some areas of opportunity that y'all want to look at. And so I'll hustle and let y'all fire away.
Thank you very much for your presentation. And I don't know if City Manager Cowie, if we can have kind of the overview of where we stand with the annexation plan, because we've actually had an annexation plan. Initially, we had Brockett Road, which was one of the phase 1 parts of it, along with the Church Street and the area along behind Ponce, in that area, that Casa, kind of that back area there. So really we had a phase either-or approach, I think, in terms of actual annexation. The last piece of that annexation was the properties from where our deaf school starts and ends to Memorial Drive. And so what's happened, we've had back in 2017, we had the city manager to do a review of where that area was. And from a city perspective, we didn't see the feasibility of actually going through the process of doing the annexation. And I think back in 2019, it was brought back up again to consider. And so I think there were some rough numbers that were done that basically was kind of a net zero in terms of the amount of revenue versus the expenses to have that area annexed, as well as the inclusion of the amount for staff to take on that area as well. So I kind of wanted to make sure in terms of that context, we brought that up, because when you look at the areas that we still have in terms of annexing, and part of the whole piece of that annexation was to get all of the properties had 30021 in our city area. And so that was something that was very critical in terms of the actual annexation plan. And I see a whole bunch of windows popping up. So I know we're going to have more participation from our other council members about this. So that's kind of where we are with it. And I wanted to kind of at least put that in context, so that as we're having the discussion on what we want to do in terms of annexation, that would help the community as well. And so since I don't have it up on here, I'm Mayor Beverly Burks. Nice to meet you. But I wanted to make sure at least we took care of that. And I see some of our council members have questions. So Councilwoman Bell and then Councilwoman Johnson.
Deborah hand was up first, so I'm gonna let her go first. You sure? Okay. So thank you, Mr. Terrell, Mr. Jacobs, for your presentation. I have a question about the 60% method. As far as, because we already have an annexation plan, as the mayor alluded to, but I want to know the process of it. I know the 100% process, and then I know there's another process of a resolution. So can you kind of explain how do you go about that process and what that looks like?
Well, the 60% process, obviously, 60% of the property owners and also 60% of the electors, the voters, have to actually agree in some sense of a petition. And there's a formalized petition that you can develop in that regard. That's kind of what we did in Union City for the most part, because, having some dense areas of population, it'll be hard to get 100%. So 60%, if you have, areas of that nature, would be probably the best, one of the options that you could use. So then they would sign those petitions. There is a affidavit, I believe, and it's been, oh my God, 20 years almost. So I can't remember all the details, but obviously they would sign that. Y'all would bring it forth once the petitions are all affidavit and signed and sealed and delivered. And then y'all would seek to put it towards the planning commission. I guess y'all have a planning and zoning commission, am I correct? To make sure that whatever the proper zone area is appropriate. They would make whatever recommendation to approve the annexation or recommend to approve the annexation to y'all. Then y'all would seek to approve it in that regard. And if there's the zoning that are conducive to that area and related to y'all zoning classifications, y'all would seek to get that addressed in that manner. Then it would go to DeKalb County for review and acceptance, or if they have some objections, there may be issues of concern about the zoning that you would have to get clarified. Don't know what the zoning is in some of these areas that the mayor mentioned, but that would be one potential area of rejection that you would have to work out if possible. And then once they give it clearance, then it will come back to y'all, and then pretty much then that will seek to be, a last meeting, if I recall, to accept the annexation as whatever the zoning classifications are going forward. So it is a very thoughtful process, a lot of public hearings to make sure everybody understands what's going to happen, zoning issues in regards to that, service delivery area issues in regards to that. Because keep in mind, annexations also invoke your service delivery agreement. If 15% of your areas that you're going to be annexing increases your population by 15%, then that invokes the service delivery agreement having to be revised and looked at, because those areas and those unincorporated may have had services provided by the county, yada, yada, yada. So that would have to be addressed as well. So you would have to pick up that consideration along with the annexation process. Now, if y'all look at a resolution referendum piece, obviously you would have to call for the voters and the property owners in those areas to make some type of vote in that regard. There are a few that do that. If that area, and you need to test the water to see, excuse me, my eyes are watering because of allergy, y'all. So I'm not crying because I'm so sad about annexation. Glad to be through with it. But if there is a groundswell of desire from that area to say, 2/3 of the area says, look, we want to come into corporate limits. Yeah, that's a great opportunity to do a referendum in that regard. So y'all would do a resolution to seek to do a referendum, let them vote themselves in regards to that. And the process will still take the same process with submitting it to the county and therefore in that aspect. So I hope I answered your question.
Add a little to that.
Yeah.
You did.
All right. Was Ms. Johnson, I think that.
I think
Yes.
Attorney Quinn wanted to add something before. Sorry.
Okay.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Jacobs. But I think my question is more for the city attorney.
Okay.
Mr. Quinn, in having conversations with some of our residents, one of the reasons they were hesitant to annex was because previously they were told that they would have to pay city taxes for the city of Clarkston, as well as county taxes for DeKalb County. Is that always the case in a residential situation, or did they get bad information? I'm aware of the difference in sewer and water and sewer. I understand how that worked, but I just didn't understand the taxes.
Sure. Well, first of all, what you described is the number one plan that anti-annexation people use. They always tell the folks in the area that this is going to cost them more in taxes. Now, in order to assess that claim, you have to really get into detail with the tax bill. So, I mean, if the question is, will they have to pay city and county taxes? The answer is yes. Now, here's the thing. The county tax bill has many, many line items. And if you look at your tax bill, it lays them out on there. How much is each? There might be 15 different items. So in situations where the item overlaps, if there's an annexation, then the county one comes off and the city one comes on. So depending on how the city has its millage set versus how the county has its millage set, and depending on how many services the city provides. So like in Clarkston, we have our own police force. And that means that there's a line item on your county tax bill and unincorporated that would come off. You know, you would still pay the part that we use DeKalb County for, which is like SWAT team and emergency response. That would stay exactly the same, but your regular police item would come off. Of course, your city millage would come on. So it's a complicated question to answer. In, you know, to really, I think if we wanted to present information to potential annexees, the thing to do would be to have a DeKalb County tax bill for one of the unincorporated properties, and then we could work through it like with Mr. Defnall or somebody else who's real familiar with the financial aspects, and we could come up with exactly what would the difference be if you're annexed. And obviously we would want to present that in terms that shows them what you're getting too. Like, so you're getting a police department that's right here, for example. And going back to the last question and answer, I wanted to add a little detail. The 60-60 method, an important thing to know is that the 60% of properties is not 60% of the parcels, is 60% of the acreage. So if the area has one big property owner and 100 little property owners, the one big one in the hypothetical would be able to carry the day on 60% of landowners if the one person owns 60% of the property by acreage. Then once we develop our target area, you get a report from, on the one hand, the DeKalb County tax assessor or tax commissioner can give you a list of the properties and their acreage. Then on the other hand, you submit your list to the DeKalb County Board of Registrars, which is the election office, and they will give you a list of the registered voters. And so from that list, you know, for example, there's 100 people on there, we need 60 signatures. And the way it works is that, you know, sometimes it comes about organically from the neighborhood. I suppose it could just as well come about from the city, but there's really no way to do it other than going door to door, as well as like holding town hall type meetings to get people interested. The last thing I wanted to clarify is that the county can object to a 60-60 annexation, but all they can really do is object to a more intense zoning, thereby sending it to a mediation thing. They don't have a veto. Now, on the resolution and referendum method, the county must consent for the referendum to be on the ballot. So they effectively have a veto over that method.
Okay. Thank you.
And let me add to that. I know Ms. Hopkins has a question. You know, one of the things that we ran into is trying to help citizens understand the value added by coming into the corporate city limits. Now, by I think state statute, you can't do an enticement. So, you know, well, if you come in, we'll forego you paying property taxes, or we won't charge you, you know, a tap fee, whatever. You can't do that. So just be mindful, because obviously, you know, people, you know, what is in it for them, right? The old mindset as far as that. So, but to your city attorney's perspective, you know, having the analysis done so that they can make a conscious decision if this is the right thing for them to do. Now, obviously, DeKalb County may have special tax districts that they're providing, you know, certain, you know, municipal type services. You know, you got a lot of the Supplemental Powers Act gave counties like y'all, DeKalb, Fulton, all these abilities. You remember the whole big issue with Sandy Springs and all that when we went through that in Fulton County, because what was happening in Sandy Springs before it was an incorporated community, it was a special tax district. And what was happening is all the tax was generated in Sandy Springs area, but none of it was always staying. They were spreading that amongst other areas in Fulton County. So we were able to show, you know, that was the situation as we start the annexation process in South Fulton, that you know, you got these special tax districts throughout Fulton counties to provide municipal-like services. Here's what we can do it for versus what you've been charged on your tax bill for in that regard. So it worked out in that regard. So as far as that, so I hope that also adds a little bit of that perspective as well. Ms. Hopkins, what, you have a question?
Yeah, it came up last time we were talking about annexation, that the people in the area to be annexed can, you know, have a say in whether or not they're annexed, but the people currently residing inside Clarkston cannot. Is that the case, other than to just vote out the politicians that want to annex places? But that's sort of after the fact. If the people inside the city are like strongly against an annexation, they don't have any say so, do they?
Not
That's
in my
correct.
knowledge.
Okay.
Said the political.
Well, it is, but we've had it happen in the past where people had already set their sights on a political position outside the city of Clarkston, so it no longer mattered what the people in Clarkston thought or felt. So I want to make sure we don't get into that situation again, because people have used this as like a stepping stone to other things. And when I was inaugurated in January of 2020, I thought we were potentially the most popular city council in the history of America, because it was at a regular city council meeting and we had a couple hundred people show up for the inauguration, which was awesome, until I realized that they had this massive 10-part annexation on the agenda that they were going to kind of blend in with the inauguration, where when we decided, yeah, we are not going for that, the new council, who were just like, hadn't quite been sworn in yet, were being bullied into going along with this. And we said, no, because I'm getting the feeling a lot of these people are here because they're against it and had not heard about it, and it wasn't advertised, and they're about to get sucked into a thing. We said no, and once they realized it wasn't going to pass, 3/4 of the room got up and walked out. So that was essentially why they were there, was to protest the annexation at the time. So and part of that reason, I mean, perhaps we could have provided good, solid services for them, but there was quite a bit of talk along the lines of, can we possibly get more out of you in terms of cash and tax money than we are providing for you? Like, can you be our sugar daddy and us not return an equal amount in services? And I think residents in the to be annexed area were feeling very used and transactional, like not that they were becoming a part of a community home, but folks were very open about saying that, well, does it make financial sense? Can we charge you more in tax money than we are going to have to spend for you? And so that.
You know what? And you know what, Councilwoman Hopkins, those are very good points that you made. As far
Can barely hear you, Mayor.
Can you hear me?
Yeah,
Can you hear
we
me?
hear you.
Okay, yeah. No. And I think we all kind of learned those lessons from that. And so and I'm glad Ms. Cowee, you know, brought Mr. Jacobs in so that we could have a better understanding of what options we have and how we as a governing body can kind of work together to address it, right? So that we can make sure in terms of whether we have to do work here. And that's something we had always said. We have to work with the residents to see the benefit of it. And then we also will have to make that work with the community, that if we plan to annex, to do that as well.
Let me share one other thing, Mayor, and I forgot to mention this. When I went to one of my other cities that I was city manager of, the mayor and council, similar to your situation, had an extreme desire to want to annex. They found out that I had done this in Union City, and long story short, we did our dog and pony show to some of the unincorporated areas. It was met with a lot of resistance, So, obviously, it's not similar to y'all's situation. This was a rural community versus an urban. And so they felt they were satisfied with the services that they were getting. They didn't want a high level of service. Now with urban areas, once again, going back to the supplemented powers that the state passed, you got some of these urban counties provide just as much or same services that cities provide. So,